substitute teacher was here. I'm gonna have to be holding the mic up here to my face. Only 3 viewers, huh? How am I gonna do this opening bit with only 3 viewers? I know, I left it on purpose. Class, are you here today? Can you hear me? I'm probably a little quiet because the mic's down here. I might have to hold the mic like this just so you can hear me for the stupid bit that I have planned out. I've been reviewing some of your stat blocks, and some of them are a little problematic. Okay? Just a little bit problematic. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I'm not being serious, by the way. I'm just going to do this this teacher gimmick for the rest of the stream. So I figured, get the most out of this button-up shirt that I've had for 10 years. Yeah, it's a problematic one. You probably can't even see it because it's washed out, completely white. So according to my notes here, some people have been sending me some stat blocks to review, and it's been a little while since I did the last stream. So yeah, we're gonna be doing some audits. We're gonna see if you have been doing your homework. And I have to lower my camera now, so bear with me for one moment. Oh yeah, you only come here for the best, most professional live streamer, EM Dungeon Mastery. Hopefully there will be no interruptions this stream, although I cannot promise anything. I don't know where everybody's at. My house is empty, so they may come barreling in. And of course, before we start, you can't do a live stream without Dr. Pepper. So, yeah. Okay. Let me go ahead and fix my webcam here, because I'm taking up too much of the screen. There we go. My hair's a bit fluffy today, and I'm looking a bit washed out. Let me turn that down. I have a humongous pimple on my face right here. It's very disgusting. The manic energy in here is great. Well, that's why you guys come here, for the manic energy. This is Manic DM Dungeon Mastery. Oh, where's my YouTube chat window? Oh Lord, what have I done? Window capture 2. Let me see, is this it? Nope, that's not it. What? 1 second. What? 1 second. Oh, okay. Oh, hold on. I almost got it. Now, where are we? There we are. Gotta get you guys in the video, so in case something happens, the chat is always here with us. We'll try and it's a little hard to see. I screwed everything up because I wanted to make a video the other day. It didn't work out too well, so there we go. We're gonna fix it live on stream. Alright, this is not the creature we're reviewing. This is one of my creatures I was working on earlier. You're actually not allowed to see that. It's classified information. Finally showered? I don't shower. Showering is for pansies. I also need to turn my music back on, so I'm going to have to put my headset on so I don't double blast the music through my mic and my headphones here. So give me 1 second. I was very prepared for the stream, as you could see. I got everything together last minute. Alright, let's see here. If my voice is probably peaking from what it looks like, so you know. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If it's too loud, just, you know, turn your audio down. Alright. So, viewer submitted stat blocks. Let me get a nice chill playlist going here. My favorite one, of course. Hopefully no ads. Should be not too loud, but it'll be loud enough. Alright, so where have you guys been? Let's see here. Let me turn the music down a little bit. If the music is too quiet or too loud, please let me know, because I can never tell from my end. Okay. So I had a couple people submit stat blocks to me a really long time ago. And I've had a couple people submit some to me today. So normally when I do these, it takes me 3 hours to go through a single stat block because I like to edit it and things of that nature. However, for some of these, I don't feel like I'll have to edit them. I maybe just give some opinions and criticism. So let me go in here, and we're gonna start downloading some things really quickly. Let me do this so it doesn't pop up on that screen. Download. Okay, there we go. All right. So, oh boy, we got a lot. Got even more since I last checked my DMs. Alright, so I feel like I should be fair and just randomly roll who I decide to look at first. Otherwise you guys might tear me limb from limb savagely. That's pretty much my my viewer base. Alright, there we go, there we go. We're looking good, we're looking good. Zoom out a little bit. That might be a little hard to see. I'm just trying to shrink it a little bit. There we go. Should be good. Oh, there's the chat. I knew I had one on there. Yes, there you guys are. Look at that. I knew what I was doing the whole time. Or you could go by least favorite. Well, that's just mean. If I do that, I can't do that. Also, my fucking... I am washed out, man. There we go, that's a little better. Let me turn the ring light on this camera down a little bit. That's not helping. That's alright. I look like I'm as pale as a ghost, so... Yeah, just you guys have to just DM them to me. You send them to me personally so I can just download them. It has to be through the website that I use, though. Otherwise, I won't be able to edit your stat block, and I don't want to manually import it manually one by one on stream. So, okay. We will start with the first one here. I think I'm gonna go with my old pal's stat block here. He sent this to me the other day, and he's updated it quite a bit from what it seems. So I want to just take a look and see what he did here. All right, so this is a bit of a long boy we got going on here. I gotta make sure my face isn't out of the camera. Maybe I'll just keep it not the porthole. Let me see. Filters, turn the porthole off. It's going to be a wide screen. Hopefully not. Yeah, it's not cutting off any of the stat block. It's alright. Okay. So, my good friend Caleb, he's in the hot seat today. We're going to take a look at his sea serpent here. Okay, so first things first. I need to know, good sir, Mr. Abernathy Shield Mage, what level are the player characters supposed to be fighting this at? First and foremost. I'm covering the chat box. Why is it not? Oh, wait a minute, I know why. It's not layered properly. Maybe. I swear it was just working. What in the hell? It should be. Oh, I see. It's so like dim that it's so hard to see. Hold on. All you guys need to see is this window, anyways. So let me shrink it like that. There. How's that look? Shrink that a little bit. You guys can see. You guys can see everything. Some of the stat block will be cut off because this is a bit of a long boy. That's BOI. Okay. Mr. Abernathy, I need you to answer some questions for me. What? If you were to throw this in as a normal boss encounter, you'd expect the players to be around level 8-ish. Also, is the music too loud? Because it's like peaking on my OBS, but I don't know if it's really loud because this isn't really a loud playlist. It's pretty somewhat quiet. Turn it down a little bit. Okay, so level 8. Level 8. That's about when games start to teeter off, if I'm not mistaken. In in most D&D games. Nothing I do helps. I'm pink or I'm white. Oh, there we go. That's not too bad. Okay, so you want this to be level 8 players. So this would be classified as a tier 2 monster. Okay? So for those of you that don't know, I, DM Dungeon Mastery II, use tier lists, tier ratings for my monsters because I hate challenge rating. Okay? Challenge rating is ass. It is trash, in my opinion. I don't like it. It only calculates HP and damage output, raw damage output. It doesn't calculate if this thing has an instant kill ability, doesn't calculate does the thing petrify you, doesn't calculate anything else like that. And it maybe calculates AC. Wizards of the Coast doesn't even follow their own formula for this, okay? Because if you look at the Tarask, and you look at the actual HP box that it suggests that a CR20 should have, it should be like in the 800s or something crazy like that. CR HP calculator, let me see here, if I can even find it. Oh, here it is, my favorite. So, if you look all the way down here at CR30, it says the HP should be about 805 to 850, and you know, for the Tarask it only had about like 300 hit points or something like that. So that's me pleading my case to you as to why I hate challenge rating. Okay, it's super inaccurate. Wizards of the Coast doesn't even follow their own. So anyways, your Sea Serpent, you want it to be a challenge for, you have a lot more than 4 players, but a challenge for 8th level players. So at that level, people are starting to get pretty powerful. So I suppose we'll go through here with the chat's opinions and see what the tribunal thinks here as we go through your stat block. I'm gonna try to keep trying to organize my windows here. I only have so much space on my monitor. Okay, so 20 strength, 22 dexterity, 18 con, 16 wisdom. We got pretty high ability scores. We've pretty high saving throws, so It'll definitely hold its own in that aspect with its ability scores. It's 130-foot swim speed. Okay, you guys can't see it. Hold on. Gotta make sure that you guys can see it whenever I have it on the screen here. Let me do that. It's better to be cut off a little bit on that side. There we go. Let me go like this. Down like that. I know, I'm a professional streamer. So, we got pretty decent ability scores here, so that's pretty good. Saving throw proficiencies. Wizards of the Coast probably wouldn't have done this, but you did that, so that's pretty good. What's worse is that the new 2025 DMG and Monster Manual don't include any charts for statistics for base monsters. Okay, that is terrible. Why would they do that? It's like they don't want people to homebrew stuff, if you ask me. I like your saving throw proficiencies. That'll really make people mad if they try to cast any sort of spell that targets... I think most spells in the game target Constitution, for the most part, from what I know. But right off the bat, what I would change here is this is tier 2. And if you ever want to double check, like, so this is technically... want it to be strong against tier 2 players. I would make this CR10 personally, so CR10 would have a +4 bonus, so you're good on the proficiency bonus. Damage resistances. Okay. Cold, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical attacks. Those are pretty good, but at that level, they're probably gonna have magical weapons. And unless you don't hand out a lot of magic weapons, but it's hard to do that as a DM because your players will whine and cry to you when they don't get their magic items. We have a couple traits here. We have 2 a day legendary resistance instead of 3, which is okay if you don't want this to be like a super OP monster. The tremor sense is weird to me, being that this is a creature that is aquatic. Oh, this is okay. So does this thing have legs, or is it like a giant snake? I don't have art to go off of. I don't know what you envisioned for this thing. Does have legs. Okay, so it can sense when people are walking on the ground around it. I'm picturing like that well, I guess that it had legs, but in Courage the Cowardly Dog there was like a sea dragon, and that's what I was picturing when I was thinking of this thing, but that thing actually has wings. Let's see if I need to move my mic here. Hopefully my dog doesn't start whining, because he always waits until I start streaming. Okay, we have Keen Smell. Now see, I'm nitpicky, and I would just say has advantage on perception and survival checks that rely on smell. I don't think you could make a survival check that relies on smell, because that would just end up being perception, because you're trying to perceive something rather than hunt for it, if you will, because survival is usually following tracks, but I won't ding you on that, I suppose. It's gonna drop your grade slightly, son. Alright, let's also shrink your stat block slightly by moving that over so we don't have all that dead space down there. Okay, so I am not good with averages on what player HP should be at certain levels, because it's been a little while since I've played 5e. I've been playing Shadow Dark, and Shadow Dark HP is very low compared to 5e. 8th level players, I think they would be... How much HP would they have at like 8th level? My dog's whining like clockwork. He waits until I start streaming and then he has to go outside. So give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Come on. Come on. I'm sorry. I'm back. You give your players max HP each round. Holy hell, you really are... You're making things really hard for yourself. And you have like 7 players, if I remember you saying correctly. Max HP. That is a hot take, my friend. That is a very hot take, I would say. That may even be... Yeah, you let them just take the max HP per level. That's a hot take. I would never let my players do that. I make them roll or take the average. You assumed I meant something else. What did you think I meant? This is an audit, good sir. I'm here to audit you on your stat blocks. I let them reroll ones if they roll or take average. I don't do that even. I just say you're screwed. I've been DMing for a little while though, so you start off as like a DM who's really timid, and then you become really jaded, and you stop letting people have fun. I let people have fun still, but I don't like being too overly nice, because I used to be too overly nice. In Shadow Dark, there is none of that. Unless you pick a dwarf, you can roll your hit die at advantage, but the Bugoid Hatchling... Well, I don't know how many of these I'll get to on stream, because I take forever to go through a single stat block, so I'll try to be hasteful here. I probably, if I want to get through a lot of these, I'm not going to be able to change your stat blocks for you too much, but I'll probably give you my opinions on stuff. So, okay, so you let your players take max HP every time they level up. So that's crazy to me. If you do that, you really need to up the damage in your game, because everybody's just gonna be tanky. Even wizards, because I think the lowest hit die in 5e is a D6. So even wizards will have a decent amount of HP. Depends on what their con mod is, but I don't know, calculator. 6 times 8, and then you have maybe like a 2 con mod or a 3 con mod, so plus 48. Even your wizards are gonna have like 64 hit points, 70 hit points maybe. Your barbarians are gonna be like crazy. They're already at over 100 hit points at that level, so now I'm going to hold you accountable for the damage output on this thing. So if we get down to the multi-attacks here, okay, we got 4 attacks with its claws, bite, and Hydro Bolt in any combination. It should say or Hydro Bolt. Oh boy, let's see here. So, this thing only doing 1d10 damage per hit. I don't agree with that. Like, it depends on what type of game you're playing. If you're playing just like heroic fantasy and you don't want your characters to ever be in danger, that's fine. But for me personally, especially if you're just letting your players take max hit points every time they level up, you're going to have to crank these numbers up, okay? Because these are rookie numbers. A D10, how about we make that, this is a gargantuan creature. You could probably even get away with 4d10, but I'll even be nice and say 3d10. The bite does 2d6. I would make it do 6d6. If this was me making this would be... I usually add a damage die per size category the creature is. So dragons don't really follow this rule because they cap out at like 2d10 on a claw attack, but for me, I think it should have 1, and it should go up for every size category above medium. So large, huge, gargantuan, so 3 actually. I think I'm right, or am I insane? Yeah, large, huge, gargantuan. So we're gonna set that to 3, and also all of this stuff, you're doing this all manually here, but strength, attack, I don't know what you want to use what modifier, but this is how I would do it. Okay, you guys can't see what I'm doing on the stat block here. Or no, you can. My stream's just not caught up, that's why. Let me see. Let me try to make this so you can see everything that I'm typing. This is a bit scuffed today. There we go. Alright, so you can see... Okay, you guys can see that now. Should have 35 HP would be the natural cap. That's cool, I like that idea. I actually want to start running 5e again, but I want to start running it like an OSR game. Anyways, so for this, you're putting this stuff in manually. If you use these square brackets, it will auto-calculate it for you. So you would do strength to add the strength mod, and then you would do 3d10, and then close the bracket with the square one, like that. I can zoom in. If you guys can't see, I can zoom in a little bit. So like that. That's how you manually type out damage and stuff, and it works if you do like wisdom. Like you could make it use its wisdom mod, its con mod, whatever you want. I think you said something about one of these attacks should be using dexterity or something. Something like that. I don't remember which one. This is a very large creature. I would just say everything uses strength, just to make it simpler on you. So something like that. And then we want 6d6, so we do strength, 6d6. I don't even have to do that. Hold on. Large or smaller creatures are grappled. Okay, I like that. I like to add my rider effects to everything. That's why everybody hates my stat blocks. Yeah, piercing damage deals dex damage. Whatever you say, Chief. We'll make it deal dex. Whoa, what'd I do? Dex. Attack. So, if you're doing attacks on this website, this calculates the attack. So this would be dexterity modifier attack, and then it'll say 2 hit. It'll automatically, well, it won't type out 2 hit, but it'll say plus this 2 hit. My party is gonna die. They're level 8. They have resurrection magic. They have healing spells. And there's like 7 of them. Hydro bolts. What is this thing used for its magical attacks? Constitution? Sea serpents should have some heart attack venom. Well, if you're using my wyverns, they do. This is just me. This is just me doing like the nitty-gritty stuff. I'm assuming this uses Constitution. Now, for a ranged attack, 2d6 is fine. Although, I guess does the water like shoot through your body? Is that why it does piercing damage? Yes, they are exactly what Jay said. They are incredibly durable. Like, especially with you, like, to me it sounds like you've never had like an actual TPK before, like a true TPK. Like, you guys, they went into the dungeon, you as the DM weren't even expecting it, and then they all died. It's really not as bad as people make it out to be. Usually when characters die in D&D, it's because they made some sort of egregious, stupid mistake, or they're just making really dumb decisions. Also, let me... You don't have to have all of these lines like this. Whoops. Reach 40 feet. Now, if I was really, like, if this was live stream that was completely dedicated to me editing your stat blocks, I would sit here and I would literally, like, edit everything on here. But, there's a lot of people that submitted stuff to me for this, so I feel like I have to not spend as much time doing a lot of the nitty-gritty on here. Okay, so, my first criticism was, I don't think that your creature is doing enough damage for the level that it is at, and also to challenge your players appropriately. It has a lot of hit points, sure, but that's really just going to make for a longer fight without a threat, basically. So, it has some special stuff from what I can see here. However, the special stuff, it's either it uses 4 attacks or it makes a special attack, is what I'm seeing essentially. So, you know, you have your multi-attacks here. It could do 4 of these, or it has one of these. So, Jet Stream Breath. This right here, just put this up here. You can also just say recharge 4 rounds. Like that. This is me being nitpicky to you. Okay, hold on a second. Now it's going to add a whole separate thing because I've changed the title. Let me move this back up here. Get rid of that. And you have the original copy of this, so always you could take this and say, this is trash, I'm not using this. Just constantly hoping that I have everything on screen. Okay, so let's look at Jetstream Breath. So it uses this, and then you're saying that it's not allowed to use this until 4 rounds go by. I think you're being very timid I'm very curious as to why you're being so timid with your creature design. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in here so everybody can see this. We're just going to focus on this specifically. This is what we're looking at here. Nitpick away, my good man. I'm here to learn. Well, thank you, my dear student, because I will nitpick you here. And this is not me. I'm not trying to like rip your shit apart and say this is bad. This is just, I'm just giving you criticism from somebody who's been DMing for quite some time. Not really that long, but long enough. So for me, I don't know why, and I can't really see a valid reason as to why we would make this last 4 rounds for a cooldown, and not just, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, just let it be a regular recharge attack. So it just, you can even, if you want it to be less consistent even, you could make this like, because there's nothing in the game that does this, but you could just make this recharge on like a 1 out of 8 or something. So you could do like recharge 8, and then you can just roll a d8 or a 7 to 8, and then it's a much less likely chance that it'll recharge. But I didn't even read what the ability does, so let me even see if it warrants a recharge to begin with. So let's read this. Let's read this here. So, must be in or near a body of water. It absorbs water through its porous body and unleashes it with high pressure in a 100-foot line. Each creature in that line must make a DC 18 Dex save. On a failure, they take 8d6 bludgeoning damage and is pushed to the end of the line or stopped by an obstacle. You're one of the few people that seems to love pedantic, nitpicky critiques. Okay, well, I'm going to give you one. This does not do enough damage to warrant this being on a 4-round cooldown. If this was like, it blows a hole through their body and instantly kills them, I could see, yeah, 4-round cooldown is fine, but the odds are you're not even going to have 4 rounds of combat, especially with how many players you have. Narratively, it takes time for it to absorb water. Sure, but if it's a gargantuan creature and it's got a porous body, what's to say it's not just shooting it, right? I think this is a little bit like, it just doesn't feel like it's worth using with how low of a cooldown this is to me, and it's only doing 8d6 bludgeoning damage. I was just looking at the chart today. Let me see if I can bring it up here. DD 2014 Games Guide, and he flipped. I have the book, so I'm not actually pirating it by doing this, but technically I am, but technically I'm not. Feel me? Let me see if I can find this here. What page is this on? Okay, here we go. Let me bring this over here for you so you can see this. Where are we? Here we are. Okay, so look. This is a chart for spell damage, okay? This chart here tells you, if you were to make a custom spell, how much damage it should be doing at what level, okay? So, at 8th level, what level spells do players get at 8th level here? Let me see. I'm trying to sound really intelligent, but I'm really not that intelligent, so... let me see here. Let me just look at like a wizard. I need to see what spells they get at 8th level. 8th level, they get access to 4th level spells. Okay. So if you're saying that this creature, I even said that you should make it a CR 10, so that would be like a 10th level character. A 10th level character gets access to 5th level spells. So what this is saying is that 5th level spells, so long as you can take half damage on the successful saving throw, should be doing at least 8d10 damage if it hits a single target, or if it can hit multiple targets, it should be doing 8d6. Yours does, what is it? What does yours do? I might just be eating my own words here. 8d6. Okay, yours actually does exactly what it should be doing. However, I'm a bit mean, and I don't think that the recharge here is warranted. To me, it's not warranted at all. I truly think you should just be able to do this on a recharge of a 5 or 6. It's only doing 8d6 bludgeoning damage. I don't know if you have barbarians or not, but you know. And also, you didn't specify the size of the line here. So right now, technically, the line has no width. So unless it's a 100-foot wide, 100-foot line, which would be insane, that would just like hit the whole map basically. But what I would do for this is, yeah, like August said, I think a 5 or a 6 recharge would be a 5 to 6. Because really, it's 8d6 bludgeoning damage. You have 8th level characters. I don't know what's the strongest healing spell at 5th level. I know they have a lot of really strong healing spells at 5th level. Cleric spells, 5th level. You have Raise Dead at 5th level, so your characters can revive each other from the dead at this level, so you honestly should make it a point to try to make something that could feasibly kill them, because currently how I'm seeing it so far, it doesn't look like this could feasibly kill a player character at that level. Unless they just get incredibly lucky, or incredibly unlucky. 8d6. Yeah. What am I doing here? 8d6. 8d6 bludgeoning damage. Recharge on a 5 to 6. Have to make a DC 18 Dex save. How about we do DC, and it's going to use the creature's Constitution mod. Con save. Dex. Capitalize. Dex. Save. 8d6. Push to the end of the line. Okay, also we need to figure this out here. How wide is this line supposed to be? The encounter is supposed to be beyond them. Oh, this won't be. This won't necessarily be beyond them. Well, are they encountering this at 3rd level, or are they encountering this at 8th level? Because I thought you said you wanted them to encounter this at 8th level. Unless I'm losing it. Am I losing it? Am I having a stroke? Do you guys smell burnt toast? Holy mackerel, my face is fucking white, man. It doesn't pay to be pasty. Yes. Third levels are going to be turned into red splatters by this thing. So if they're not... Okay, so if they're not meant to fight this thing, which is what I would assume, and you're still just trying to, like, tease this thing, you should still have it as strong as it should be, but, you know, if you obviously describe, like, a gargantuan serpent, it depends on how you describe it. If you're like, there's this gargantuan serpent comes out of the water, or you say, a gargantuan serpent, and then you get in their face and you go, a gargantuan serpent, and you do the Italian hand gestures, comes out of the water, and then give them a couple rounds to run or whatever. So if they're just never gonna fight this thing, you know. But you said, I think you said that you want them to fight this thing eventually at 8th level. I'm pretty sure, I swear to God you said that. I just don't know where you said that. Baba Booey. Yeah, you just, yeah, don't listen to me if you're actually just, like, you know, if you just want this to be a big pool of hit points. You were saying if it was just to be used normally, then it would be for level 8s. Okay. So... Okay, so that changes things a little bit. So... What... If you have access to your player characters... actually, matter of fact, we don't even have to change anything if they're not going to be fighting this thing. I don't see the point in even. This seems like just like you need to make the encounter to where they just have to run, rather than you need to make this thing, you know, it's like, ah, it's gonna hit you a couple times, it got you guys. I would rather just say, like, it is very powerful, and if you do get hit, it sends a message, like, oh my god, this thing is hitting for, you know, 3d10. What I would honestly do is, you know, I would take the multi-attack down to balance it out. I would set it to 2. So that maximum it could hit would be, you know, 6d10, which would be a lot. If it hit twice, it'd probably get very close to one-shotting a level 3 character. But I would just make it so that it is very strong, and then your encounter specifically has to be running away from this thing. Because there's really... what's the point in making a really scary monster for 8th level characters if they're not supposed to kill it, right? You concur. Let's ramp it up. I think you just want me to shut the hell up. I think that's what it is. Okay, well, I pretty much fixed this for you, but this needs to also be... we're gonna say it's a 100-foot long, 10-foot wide line. Foot long, 10-foot wide line. Each creature in that line must make a DC con save. On a failure, the creature receives. Even for this, I would just say on, or I wouldn't even say on failure, but you can say that still. The creature receives, let's say the creature takes 8d8 bludgeoning damage and is pushed to the end of the line or until stopped by an obstacle. Okay. Knock them prone with the jet stream. It would also make sense if they were knocked prone. You could even say push to the end of the line, landing prone. Until stopped by an obstacle, they slam. I would also make, like, if they hit an obstacle, they're going to take more damage, but instead of being too nitpicky to not spend 80 hours on your creature stat block here, so I can get to other people's. Alright, let's look at Roar of the Deep here. So if they target and destroy the collar, the monster will just leave. I mean, you could do that too. Don't pull your punches too much, because then it's going to feel like you're almost hand-holding your players at that point. I've noticed with a lot of your creatures, they seem to be very... You just kind of seem like you're scared to, like, truly challenge them. I'm not saying, you know, throw a CR10 at a level 3 party, because that's just, like, impossible for them to beat that, but... don't be so scared to do stuff to them that will actually pose a threat that, you know, the creature suffers for it. Alright, let's look at the next ability here. Alright, Roar of the Deep. Serpent bellows out to intimidate its foes. Each creature within 500 feet has to make a wisdom save. On a failure, a 13 to 15, it becomes frightened. On a 10 to 12, it becomes frightened and staggered. On a 1 to 9, I see, okay. Yes, I remember you sent this to me. This is fine. I would say on a successful save, the creatures are immune to the roar. So let me see. I'll just say on a success. This will become important the more you make creature stat blocks when you're making really long ones. Saving on every little word is very important. Like when you start getting to into my thought process and I make things incredibly long and wordy, you always want to cut down on character usage. So on success, semicolon, creature is... You just say the creature is immune to the roar for 1 hour. 1 hour. because it's implied that they would be unaffected if they succeed the saving throw anyways. Yeah, you know, I don't really have a huge problem with this. It's a unique thing. This, like, Wizards of the Coast would never make an ability like this, but there's nothing wrong with making an ability like that. Alright, let's quickly get through this bonus action here. So I want to get to another person's stat block so I can, you nearly TPK'd your party in the 3rd session. Sounds like your party needs to be safer with their decisions. Unless you just literally were, like, making it unfair. But, alright. Bonus actions. If the sea serpent has grappled a creature using its bite attack, you can use a bonus action to attempt to swallow the creature. This is where you and me were verbally jousting the other day. Okay, they have to make a strength save. If they fail, they are swallowed whole. The damage from the bite attack would reduce the creature to 0. They are immediately swallowed. Okay, so I see you just went with the if they get swallowed, they get swallowed normally. Has disadvantage on death saves. If the sea serpent receives 50 points of damage in a single round. Yeah, this is fine. I don't see a problem with this. 6d4, I would make that higher, but if you're like, it was part of an ambush, so it's on me. Sometimes shit happens. I mean, sometimes random events happen and they get smacked. I think things just happen. Okay. I think this is fine. You said you wanted it to be more team-oriented so they can help each other while they're inside the stomach, so that's fine. Again, if you still are, like, too scared and you don't want to keep my changes, you can always just use your stat block originally, because yours originally, I don't think it's going to kill anyone. If they decide to engage these things, you know, if they decide to engage a creature this big that's obviously beyond them, I think it's kind of on them if they die. But that's just me. That's a you damn players, you get what you deserve coming out. Then we have legendary actions here, and I could later on in the stream I can come through here and try to format this a little better to help you out. But you know, I just want to go through this really quick. Surging Rebuke becomes bloodied. So they take 48 bludgeoning damage, push back to a maximum of 50 feet away. Tail Bash, multi-target attack. What does this mean? Does this mean it can hit multiple creatures with the same attack roll, or you have to roll an attack for every creature in range? You have some explaining to do, good sir. Because I am confused. What does that mean? I've never seen a legendary action with multi-target attack upon it. I'm gonna assume you're using this kind of like a multi-attack. If that's the case, I would make Tail Bash cost more than one legendary action. Because it's pretty strong to be able to, you know, hit multiple creatures with an attack roll. But overall grade, I'm going to give you a C+, only because I think you're being too timid with your creature design. I think you need to be confident that your players can find a solution to a problem. The formatting and stuff like that, that's just getting used to the website. But in terms of what you want out of the creature, I think you could loosen the chains a bit and go a little more buck wild. But that's just my opinion. Now I will come back to this stat block later in the video you know, once I go through some of these other ones, but I want to get to some other people's stat blocks. So that was Abernathy Shield Mage's Sea Serpent. If I had editing skills, I would do like a giant stamp and it would say C+, but I don't have editing skills, so we're gonna load the next one here. Let's see here. I think we're gonna do Dungeon Lord J's creature next, because he did send this to me. I have not looked at it at all, so this will be the first time I'm looking at it. And he did also send me some artwork here, so let me open the artwork up. Okay, that's pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. It gets a fat, that's pretty sick from me, okay? I think everybody else would say C for Sea Serpent, no doubt, exactly. You're not a failure, C+ is average. It's passing grade, but I just need to work on things, that's all. We'll come back to you, of course, but okay, so this sounds like it's a named character, Dungeon Lord J, or government birth name J, comma Dungeon Lord, your actual government name, I'm assuming. Your parents must have really liked Dungeons and Dragons. Nice sip of the old Dr. Peppy there. Okay, so wow, overachiever here, adding art. Yeah, he might get a higher grade for that now. Okay, so this is definitely a guy. He gives me very like Kingdom Hearts villain vibes almost, maybe like some like JRPG anime style, but it's really cool. Maybe not even like anime, but like Devil May Cry era, like graphical video game style, which is cool. I like this a lot. This is pretty sick. I don't know if this was like commissioned art, but this is pretty sick. Okay, so Geist Grace, the Phantom Duelist. He looks too devious. He's too devious for Kingdom Hearts, I would say. He gives me like Devil May Cry style Japanese action game vibe. I don't know what that genre would be. I think that would just be like Japanese action game. Okay, so let's take a look at this guy, shall we? I didn't think I was going to be giving grades for this, but I figured since I'm doing the whole teacher gimmick, I should probably do grading. So let's see here. He's got an AC of 20, and that's natural armor. So I'm assuming that's coming from his like undead nature. So it's pretty interesting. There's a lot of DMs that don't like high AC creatures. I'm actually one of the DMs that likes high AC creatures because hitting a lot is fun, but sometimes I think it's important to have high AC because there's nothing like that expression on a player's face when they roll and they go, "Does a 19 hit?" and you go, "No." And they just shit themselves. So I like the 20 AC here. So we got 28 D8s plus 56. And that's manual hit points, eh? What if you just did 28 like that and then had it update? Well, I don't know, maybe you did this for some other reason, or you just calculated it, I guess. Obviously, it's not a nitpick, I'm just wondering. You don't usually do high AC, but this character warrants it. Yeah, this is, from what I'm assuming, this is a named character, so, you know, I don't know their lore or anything, but they can fly, so that's pretty devastating. Got good ability scores across the board. Very good ability scores. This looks like a boss fight to me. Spectral Undead, Ghost Victorian style, Master Fencer. Okay. Master Fencer. I will have to... Good lord, man. I have, like, gastric problems with me or something. It's probably because I drink this too much, but... I'll worry about my health when I hit 30. Okay, so damage resistances, we got a lot. Acid, fire, thunder, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, non-magical, and immunity to cold, necrotic, and poison. Thank you, sir. That's all undead should be immune to at least necrotic and poison. Cold, I like the cold immunity. I usually go with resistance for cold on my undead, but that's cool. I like to see some immunities to things that would not make sense. He's an intelligent undead, I'm assuming, so that's why he doesn't have a psychic immunity. Then we have condition immunities. He cannot be grappled. He can't be paralyzed, petrified, prone, poisoned, restrained. Okay, so yeah, he straight up has his boss fight immunities. Okay. We're playing hardball here. Immediately drinks soda. Well, as an American, the only way to fix your health problems is with more things that cause health problems, of course, so. Oh, this guy is Spectral. He's not just Spectral, he's special. Okay, so we got boss fight vibes coming on here. And he speaks Elvish, so I'm assuming he's Elvish. Incorporeal movement. So he can move through creatures and objects. He takes 1d10 force damage if he ends his turn inside of an object. So this guy is a ghost, correct? Like he's just straight up ghost. See if Jay's still watching. He's probably like, yeah, he did mine, and then he left. Ghost, yeah, okay. See, I like incorporeal movement. With my ghosts, what I ended up doing was, instead of the penalty for being inside of a non-living object, I didn't have them take damage, but if they ended their turn inside of an object like a body, like living matter, because of how like the ethereal plane and stuff like that works, I made them take damage. But you can kind of cheese it because he can go underground and stay there and nobody can hit him, so it might be too mean to do that. So that's just me rambling. Master Fencer. He has advantage on attack rolls against a creature if no other creatures are within 5 feet of him. Okay, I like this. Flavorful. It gives that fencing dueling vibe. This is like the opposite of pack tactics, which is pretty sick. Turn resistance, that's pretty good. Legendary resistance, he has 3 legendary resistances, so that's pretty good. Have your players fought this yet, or is this something that you made before? Like, this is something that's been around for a while? We're going to be moving into the actions here, so let me go ahead and make this a little bigger, because it's a little annoying to have to squint at the screen. Undead that have flesh should have resistance to cold. Oh, this guy's Spectral, makes sense. You say I'm the crazy one for max HP, but you out here dropping 24 AC creatures on players. 24 AC sometimes not even enough for high level players. You gotta make them scared somehow. That's the hardest part, is scaring your players. Haven't fought yet, boss monster. I want to get some advice on if it's too tough or not enough. So CR 13, I'm assuming your players are somewhere in the 9 to 13 range. So I haven't looked at the actual damage or anything yet, so let me see here. We have a Spectral Rapier. Okay, I do have a criticism already because this is Spectral, and I have an idea that I can give to you to make your ethereal monsters even stronger. But let me read this first. So, it's a melee weapon. It does 2d8 piercing damage plus 3d6 cold, and you can teleport to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the target. That's pretty cool. It's like he stabs you and then he blinks out of existence and reappears. That's pretty sick. He did not say what level his players are yet. I'm still waiting to hear as well. I do have an idea for you. Let me get this loaded up on my end, and then I will show you what I mean. Let me see if I even have it on here. Okay, level 8 PCs. This should be pretty good against level 8 characters, I would say. I mean, already this is pretty cool. This is pretty flavorful. You can teleport to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the target. I'm trying to imagine... So technically he's never leaving the attack of opportunity range. They punch pretty high above their weight class. Yeah, I'd say like after you hit like 8th or 9th level, the CR rating starts to really fall apart. So I think you have to kind of go a couple CR ratings above players' characters' levels to actually challenge them. Okay, now Jay, I want you to pay attention here really quick for me. I need you to be glued to your screen for this one, because this is important. So this is a spectral guy, okay? He's a ghost, from what you're saying. He's incorporeal, if you will. So I have a thing that I do with my ghosts that I think is pretty cool. Some people don't like it. Players probably don't like it, but I like it. So I'm going to show you a ghost stat block that I made, and you don't have to worry about the whole stat block, but there's one thing that is specific that I want you to see here. Okay, he is a ghost, alright? He is not corporeal. Unless your player characters, if this ghost can go through walls, there should be no reason that a wooden shield can block his attack, unless that shield is enchanted. So I, on all of my incorporeal creatures, give them this ability here. All weapon attacks are magical and bypass non-magical armor and shields. Okay? What scarier thing than a ghost duelist who, when attacking, and you go to bring up your wooden Viking round shield, and it just goes right through the shield and stabs you? Terrifying. I think he should have this. In fact, I'm going to put this on your stat block, and you can just take it off if you don't want it. But I really think that all ghosts, every single ghost, specters, shadows, ghosts, everything, should have this trait. I mean, if he's incorporeal, there's really no argument as to why it doesn't work like this. There's just really no... You had him bypass the shield bonus, eh? No, I think you should just... If they don't have magic armor, he just ignores all AC that is not coming from armor if it's not magical. And then also, if they have like magic armor and shields, they actually feel validated and like, oh my god, yes, my magical weapon actually... Or my magical shield, my magical armor actually helps me. I don't know if there's... like mage armor could work too, so like mage armor would even work. But that's just, you know, that's just me just giving you some extra stuff there. Okay, Phantom Flourish. He's got a recharge ability. He targets up to 5 creatures he can see within 30 feet, and he lashes out in a blur of supernatural speed. This is pretty epic. He makes 1 spectral rapier attack against each target. And then he teleports to an unoccupied space he can see. I like this. Now, combining this with the incorporeal weapons, most of your character's ACs will probably be like 10, 11, maybe 12, and he'll be able to hit with a plus 11. And I mean, dude, they're level 8. They got healing magic. They probably have diamonds stockpiled. They could resurrect each other if he kills them. But like, if he's like a legendary duelist fencer, what? You can't even get more legendary than this. No mortal weapon can parry or block him. So let me see here. Ghostly displacement. I know I'm going slow, but I have to milk it. Ghostly displacement. When a creature the guys can see makes a melee or ranged attack, he teleports up to 15 feet to an unoccupied space you can see, causing the attack to miss. That's cool. That's very Nilbog-like, and I love Nilbogs. I like an ability like this on a strong creature. Yeah, this is pretty sick. I don't know how many players are in your party, so he's only ever going to get to do this like once per turn, but that's pretty sick. Let's look at the legendary actions. So he makes a rapier attack. He moves up to his speed without provoking opportunity attacks. That's good. Graceful execution. He moves up to his speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Makes one spectral rapier attack with advantage. If it hits, it deals an extra 68 cold damage. Very cool. I like this stat block a lot. I think the only thing that I would say to add would be this. Would be incorporeal weapons, and I don't think I have. Let me see here. Do I have anything? I do have a couple more flavorful abilities that you could add if you wanted to. These are just straight up flavor things, so obviously these would be just optional, but I'll post them in the chat here so you can see them. Oh god, hold on. I don't have enough room to post all of that. Let me see if I can just do one at a time. And then you can move on. YouTube does not allow me to do all this shit. Okay. Yeah, overall, I give this one, you know, I give this one an A minus, because A plus would be obviously perfect, but I like this. I like this a lot. The only thing that I could think to add would be the incorporeal weapons. He is a duelist, so there are some other things you could do. Does the recharge and the legendary action feel right? I think the Phantom Flourish feels right. You could even, instead of having to make 5 attacks, you could even just say they have to make a dexterity save. You could even go really unique with it and say, wow, no pleasing this teacher. Okay, I'll give it an A plus. It was pretty good. It's a pretty cool stat block. What was I saying? Phantom Flourish. So what you could do is, instead of making 5 attack rolls, just make everybody else roll like a saving throw. If he's lashing out in a blur of supernatural speed, you could even go even more flavorful and say they have to make like a perception check, and if they fail the perception check, he just hits them, because he's like he's just like blinking towards you, and then he lunges his rapier at you, and you're trying to dodge out of the way. But that would be, just like very abnormal. But I like to make abnormal abilities like that. And like you never get to use like a perception check in combat, so I think that would be kind of interesting. But other than that, I think that's pretty good. As a duelist, you know what would be kind of cool? I think this is more of a knight thing, but I think it would be cool if you gave him like a misery laud or something. That little French dagger that's meant to like jab somebody into their heart up under their armpit and just like instant kill them. But that's too mean, so you probably don't want to do that. It's CR13. I like it. The save idea is good. Art makes it an A plus. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I do like your art. I could just imagine him like blinking around the room, absolutely shitting on everybody's OC that they wrote to be incredibly edgy and overpowered, and then you just shit on them with this character. I think it's good. I'm trying to think of anything that you could add to it. I'm mean, and I've been playing a lot of OSR games, so I would even add a way for this to like instant kill somebody some way. But that's probably being too mean. If you're like really attached to your players' characters and you don't want to be that mean, you don't have to. But I also like auto critting if like a certain condition is met. So if you wanted to really go crazy with this, like right now it's at a I think stat blocks that are this size are very visually pleasing. But if you wanted to go really crazy with it, you could do something where like he frightens you, and then if you have the frightened condition, his attacks just auto crit you. That would be kind of cool as well. But, you know, you don't have to do something like that. I think this will work just fine. I mean, he's got 20 AC, so they have to roll pretty high to hit him. Instant kill on crits. I wasn't maybe not instant kill on crits. That was like somebody said something about that with like a dragon, where it's like in an old school game. I think if you were to do an instant, at least if it drops somebody to 0, if you gave him some sort of ability that could frighten stuff, and then if they're frightened and he like uses this ability, they have to make a save, and if they fail they drop to 0, kind of like the Sea Hag's ability, her Death Gaze. I did that with my Bagman stat block, wherever I have it somewhere. I have no idea, but that's just obviously, you know, you're just adding toppings on an already good dish at that point. But if you did want to make it stronger and you're like, man, I really do want to hammer home that this guy's like legendary, then you could do something like that. I'm trying to see Bagman. Do I have the stat block? Yes, I do. Let me see here. Now this is an OG long boy stat block, but let me find this right here. This ability specifically. Hold on 1 second. Right here. Unsettling Eyes. Hold on. It's a cropped out pad on the screen. Right here. You could reflavor this as something else on your stat block, so it doesn't have to be, he snaps his head and looks at them, and then their heart stops, and they... You could do it something like, he literally, like, if you don't perceive him, he can lunge into your heart as you're, like, not protecting yourself, and then, like, the cold blade plunges into the heart, and then your character just drops to 0. So that's an idea. But you can only use it against frightened creatures. You can change it to, like, because he's got this unnatural speed, if they don't perceive him quick enough when he uses this ability, he just stabs you in the heart, and he's Spectral, so even if you go to block, it just goes right through the shield and into your heart. But, I give it an A+. I think this is a good stat block. But those are just my opinions, of course. These are my ideas. I will send this back to you with that little thing that I added here. And then you have now have your guy here with the singular change that I made. Totally adding a drop to 0 ability. Hell yeah. If you do it before I end the stream, you can send it again and I'll look at it. Next, I think we have to go with August from TTRP Genius's stat block, because I've been waiting to tear into his stat block and shit on it this whole stream now. Alright, we have a Wear-null stat block coming from August. Now, we don't have any art, unfortunately, so that's going to drop your grade down by at least 1 point. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, let's see here. Let's see what we did here. This is CR5. Okay, so that's always the first thing I look at. What is the challenge rating? So this is meant for 4 5th level characters. 4 5th level characters. Noi. Bruh, who sets these expectations? What's going on? August, are you denying that this is not a CR5 creature? First, it's too small. Listen, all of my stat blocks are just really big. It probably is because I'm slightly acoustic, and I have to add every little idea in my head onto a stat block. That's the problem. Okay, so this is indeed a CR5 creature. It's not the size that matters, it's the motion of the ocean. That's absolutely correct. A solid 3 can do a lot of work if you know what you're doing with it. Okay, let's look at this here. Does somebody have like a Mind Goblin stat block? Because that would be really fucking funny for this. Okay, so he is large. So he's an ogre-sized werewolf gnoll. So that's pretty interesting. So let's see here. 133 hit points. Okay, 40-foot speed. We got pretty good ability scores across the board. We have a strength saving throw. With this being a Wear-null, I would say that Constitution would be warranted for this. Only because, you know, werewolves are infamously very hard to kill, so I think like a Constitution score bonus would be good, but that's just me nitpicking, because he does have a +4 to it already anyways. So we have some athletics, perception, stealth. Okay, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing up from non-magical attacks not made with silvered weapons. I love this, but I just tragically wish that magic items were not given out so willy-nilly in 5e, because this ends up just never coming into play. Rarely have I ever seen player characters try to just silver their weapons. They usually just end up getting like a +1 sword, you know, +1 sword or something, and then like you never have to worry about anything. Yeah, it's up to the DM choice. I meant to say this earlier, DM, but you be looking quite dapper this evening. Thank you, students. It was meant to be the teacher gimmick, so I wanted to look like I was a teacher. So I should actually have my glasses like this the whole time. My campaign that has been going for 1.5 years, and they only recently got magic weapons at level 7. Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. That's going to increase your grade, just solely based off of that fact. I'm in the group of DMs where it's like, just stop making your player characters so overpowered. Just stop. I'm tired. Player characters have been in control for far too long. It's time. The time for players is over. The time for DMs is now. Okay, let's get into the traits. So we have regeneration. A werewolf regains 10 hit points at the start of its turn if it has at least 1 hit point. This is good. What I did with my werewolves is their regeneration stops if you hit them with a silver weapon. That's obviously two differing flavor ballpark things, so there's nothing wrong with how you did it. I do think that like you should be rewarded for having a silvered weapon against a werewolf, personally. But I like that you at least gave it regeneration. So that's pretty good. Keen hearing and smell, has advantage on perception checks that rely on hearing or smell. Okay, makes sense. It is a werewolf, a Wear-null. Now let's look at Blood Frenzy. What's going on over here? Blood Frenzy, eh? Let's check this out. Listen, I gotta maintain biggest fan status. My cool joke don't show up as usual. You know, I would make the joke, but I think it's a dead joke. You know, I'm gonna make it. Why do you just keep... If you wouldn't say the N-word, your joke would show up now. Just stop saying the N-word and your jokes will not be censored by YouTube. One spicy word and it's out. I don't know what you said. I don't know how to check the chat logs. I'm almost scared to see what you said. DM equals orcs better than comparing them to black people. It's my favorite word, though. Oh my god. Alright, you degenerates. Let's get back to this before we devolve into things that we're not supposed to be devolving into here. I'm gonna have to send the Pinkertons to each one of your houses. He said Nicholas. Very evil. I don't know why... I genuinely don't know why your stuff always gets 86th. Because I obviously am not doing it. Anyways. Blood Frenzy. Okay, now August. Blood Frenzy is already a keyword in 5e. I don't know if you knew this already. I'm almost positive it is a keyword. Yes, it is. Normally what Blood Frenzy does is it gives something advantage on melee attack rolls against any creature that doesn't have all its hit points. Your Blood Frenzy states that it gains the following benefits when below half hit points. So unfortunately I'm going to have to play the Among Us sound, round start sound. Because okay, that was my meme. I'm proud of that. Okay, anyways. You said, it is, but I don't respect WotC and will freely steal a good name. Fair enough. I hate WotC too. Okay, so when he's bloodied, why do you hate the word bloodied? Just say bloodied. When he's below half hit points, he gains 2 AC, he gets an additional 10 movement speed, and he gets an additional claw attack as part of multi-attack. Okay, that's pretty based. I like things getting... That's a very Warwick, League of Legends Warwick style thing. I do also like when werewolves get lower, they get more aggressive. Bloodied is a perfectly good word and concept. I agree with you, good sir. Now, we have Rampage here. It's so hard to... I'm so blind that, like, even when I do this with my glasses, it's hard to see the screen. I have to lean in, like... When the Wear-null reduces a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack on its turn, the Wear-null can take a bonus action with up to half its speed and make a claw or a bite attack. Cornered animal philosophy. Yes. Okay, that's cool. Rampage is cool. So you followed the Rampage keyword, but not the Blood Frenzy keyword. What the fuck is going on in here? Alright, so we got multi-attack. He makes 3 attacks. Okay, so when he gets to Blood Frenzy, the Blood Frenzied condition, he gets 4 attacks a turn. And then he could actually get 5 if he rampages. That's pretty based. I had my eyes tested a couple weeks ago, and I apparently have perfect vision. If I take my glasses off and I'm sitting right next to my monitor, I can read everything, but like it's just got this haze to it. It's like a very hazy... I don't know, man. I'm scuffed. I've become scuffed the older I get. Anyways, I have to do this with my glasses. Okay, so it makes 3 attacks, 1 with its bite, 2 with its claws. It can replace 1 claw attack with a cackling howl. Okay. Okay, we're pulling in some hyena lore to this. This is pretty good. Okay, it has gnashing jaws. So I like how you went with a flavorful name and you did not just call this like a bite attack. I see you're trying to pander to me and you're trying to get you're trying to get bonus points because you're naming your attacks. So I see what you're doing there. I like what you're doing right here, because you know this is what I do with all my stat blocks. This isn't bad also. I kind of like this format. It's a pretty simple way of just saying it's a bite attack. Does 2d6 if the target is a humanoid. It has to succeed. Okay, so it's the werewolf curse. It's how it spreads the curse. Okay, it's pretty good. You know, it's pretty average werewolf ability. Gnashing is a good word. Gnash. I use Nash a lot, I think. I use like Rend, Nash. Oh, look at that. Rend the weak. Okay, this is good. I like this. 2d8 slashing damage. See, okay. Now, here's where I'm going to disagree with you. Here's where I'm going to disagree with you here. Let me play the Among Us sound again. Okay, I have to play the Among Us sound. No. Okay, so for me, when I do bite attacks, I think the bite should be the strongest attack. But that's just from a flavor standpoint. Because the bite is usually like, that's the thing you don't want to get hit by. So I like the bite being the 2d8 and then the claws being 2d6. But, you know, that's be nitpicking your stat block a little bit. If the target is grappled by... Wait a minute. So he hits it, and then if the target is grappled by the Wear-null or is prone, I cannot talk, it takes an additional 1d8 damage. Okay. So, if I'm reading this correctly, there is no other ways to grapple something. So he would have to... Now this is a little bite on the arm. He's a null. He's got a massive set of chompers. Okay, August, rules is written here. If he were to grapple somebody, he would spend his whole turn making a grapple check to get a successful grapple, and he would be sacrificing potentially 4 attacks just to grapple somebody so that on the next turn he could do extra damage. What I would do is, with your claw attack, you should just let the claw, instead of doing damage, grapple the target. Or give it a secondary claw attack that just says, like, grapple. And if it's, like, a medium creature... Grappling ambush. Oh, I see. So you're saying, like, during the ambush. Okay. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose that's alright. I'll let it slide. I hate that we get ads now on live streams. It sets me behind on the streams. Even if I think even if I turn them off, YouTube still plays them. So I just have it on whatever the default setting is. Not that I get money from YouTube that much, but I'll probably get like 20 cents for this live stream. Okay, so I see your argument. Grappling ambush. I'm a bit more mean, and I would just let him have like an action that allows him to grapple, but you know, that's still fine, I suppose. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Oh yeah, sorry dude, not blaming you. You know what? Get this guy out of here. No, I'm just kidding. Don't. Cackling Howl. This is our final action here. The Wear-null lets out a horrific cackling howl. All creatures within 30 feet that can hear it must succeed on a DC 16 Wisdom saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute. Targets may repeat the save at the end of each of their turns. They never become immune to that, so that's pretty cool. Absolute cinema. What's cinema? Me roasting August? Bro's letting the power go to his head too early. No, I'm not. I'm being quite conservative with my admin abuse this stream. I only have one admin, so technically he would be the one abusing. Amogus. Okay, so overall, I would say this is a pretty cool stat block. You know, it combines the null with the werewolf aesthetic. It's a pretty what's the word I'm thinking of? It's a pretty like classic stat block. Nothing too insane, you know, nothing too out of the ordinary. Let me see, would this make it smaller if I did this? No. Okay. Yeah, nothing too insane, nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing, it's not bad. It's a good stat block. It probably would do its job against 5th level characters. I would say that I would make it a little bit more deadly, but I think maybe I'm just jaded. So I'll give this probably should have been a fiend rather than a monstrosity. I think most werewolves are monstrosities. I think fiend, really the only thing that makes gnolls fiends is from the new edition, which I do agree that they are very fiendish, but the more that I read their lore, the more I kind of backtrack on that. Yeah, lichens are monstrosities. This did come with that tier list from old Jay, Dungeon Lord Jay. You guys should watch that video that we did, by the way. We did a tier list of every monster on his channel and Sock D&D's channel. Let me see if I can find. Oh god, I'd have to somehow search for him and post it in the chat. Didn't I? Oh, here he is. The sock drawer. I always forget it's not Sock D&D. 2014 gnolls are monstrosities. Yes. Let me post this in the chat here to plug my boy's channel. I am featured in that video along with Dungeon Lord J, whose Statblock I reviewed, if you guys are just now getting here earlier on the stream. And I'm doing a collab with Sock D&D, the Sock Drawer. He's a pretty cool guy. You guys should go sub to him. Okay, so the overall grade here. Now I'm a guy that likes to please everybody, so the nice Anthony would grade this as an A. But Teacher Anthony, Teacher DM Dungeon Mastery, would look at this and say, what would I say? I would say that I think it could be a little deadlier. Let it like rip somebody's jugular vein out or something. Let it like rip somebody's intestines out, and then their intestines are just hanging. Why did my nose get so big all of a sudden? Well, it's because I don't know. Choose your words carefully. Because I'm lying. I'm not lying. I'm being truthful.
So basically, what I think about your stat block is it could be better. It's a good stat block. I'll give it a C-.
No, I give your stat block a I'm gonna give it a B+. I'm gonna give it a B+ solely base premium grade sucks. It's problematic.
I think your stat block is a little bit problematic. It's just not conforming with 2024 Wizards of the Coast stat blocks, and I think you actually really need to change it. There's no friendship ability. How are my players supposed to have fun when there's no friendship ability in this stat block? Anyways, F- because it's problematic.
Roll for woke.
I'm losing. I'm not understanding as to why the stat block doesn't allow me to make friends with the werewolf. Are you saying that werewolves are monsters? That's actually very problematic. I would like you to not ever say that again.
Forgot to add romance options. We need more nasal nerd DM from now on. Well, nasal nerd DM comes out every so often. Those rules about romancing monsters. I give your stat block just a solid B, because it's pretty good. It's cool. It does its job. But I think you could have given it something that lets it like do something very brutal. But that's just because I'm on this OSR kick recently, and I like to see some pretty grotesque things, like being able to like disembowel somebody and like tear their organs out. Yeah, August brings out the problematic guy. Me looks in the rules cyclopedia. I find no romance options, therefore it doesn't exist at my table. It's a good thing, maybe, not to let your players wild shape into monsters and have sex with the animals. I think that might be a good idea. I think I have another stat block that somebody sent me. Wow, an A to a B to a B plus after everything I've done for you. It's not nice. Okay, so I said nice Anthony gave you an A, but utilitarian DM Dungeon Master gives you a B minus just solely because there's no like special, like, I want to see something that makes the players like remember the stat block and go, oh my god, this thing like, it like ripped my character's stomach open and like his intestines were hanging out or something. If my players asked for that, I'd ban them instantly.
It's actually really problematic that you're banning your players and you're not letting them romance your werewolves, okay? Well, I mean, if I make a Dragonborn character, I should be able to romance Abishai and dragons.
Now you're good, just yanking your chain. You know, this is I'm trying to be more like Dungeon Lord Jay, because he's got this very utilitarian way of creating things. But I'm a people pleaser, so I like to please everybody. I'm homosexual. Homosexual, if you will. Let me play the Among Us sound after saying that, hold on. Okay. Anyways. I might ban him from being alive if there wasn't a thing called police. That's a hot take. No, I'm just kidding. I understand totally. I'd flip out if somebody was like trying to do weird furry romance thing. Werewolves are just misunderstood. They can't help that they rip people open like tin cans. Exactly. They're just you can't call them monsters because that's actually like problematic. In fact, right before we get to the page in the book about werewolves, we should actually leave a whole paragraph. We should leave a whole paragraph telling you about why it should be okay to romance the monster. And that was our sound cue to change the monster. Well, let me see here. Abyss roleplay, didn't you? I can't tell. You're not Abyss's Salvation on Discord, are you? I do have a couple more here that some other people sent me. Is nearly righteous. Look at that. You did send me something. Let's hope when I open this up it doesn't have it's just not the N-word plastered 800 times all over the stat block. I'm actually going to load it off screen just to make sure. Okay, it's not. Okay, he passes the check, so we can bring him on. Alright, nearly righteous lad. Everybody at him, everybody do the point laughing emoji, because he's in the hot seat. Pointing laughing emoji. Where's the pointing? Point. And then we got to do the laugh emoji. And then we got to do at nearly righteous lad like that. Okay, he's in the hot seat now. What's up with Abyss's Salvation? Nothing's up with Abyss's Salvation. Oh, just got my Old School Essentials Classic Fantasy Rules tome. Okay, what am I looking at here, my man? What am I looking at here? I don't know what this is. Betrum Insect Hatchling. Okay, it's a small monstrosity insect. Evil. Okay. Evil. It has no traits. This is a nice surprise. It's just a tiny little guy that we have here. Alright, I'll let you plead your case. Nearly Righteous Lad. I just want to see, show the meme before it's too late. What the hell's going on? The meme. I don't think I can show that on stream. I'm just kidding. I can show that on stream.
Me. You actually, this meme is problematic because you should allow players to romance your lycanthropes.
Anyways, let's see here. Okay, your case is this is the first time you tried this, Keck. Was it meant to actually be used on stream? Well, it's okay. It's okay. We'll look at it, and I want you to like tell me. Oh, you made a sketch of this thing? Did you send me the art for this? I didn't get art for this thing. You got to send me art for it. Well, I'll wait. I have my Discord's open, so if you just send it, I'll put it up on the screen. But you have to DM it to me. In the server. In the server, where? Oh, the bug guy, the little bug guy. Okay, yeah. This guy? Wait a minute. This thing, right? Cope plus seethe plus malt. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this guy? I think it's this guy. Let me double check your DM. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay, he's actually his thing might actually be based. Okay, so these are cool. I like these. These are pretty sick. These are little tiny things. I was expecting like big, so this is pretty cool. Alright, let me close that. Get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. Okay. So, very handsome specimens indeed. I would say so myself. Those are pretty cool. And the fact that you drew these yourself, that's pretty based. Because I can't draw. Based on what? What do you mean based on what? You think I remember what I said 2 seconds ago? I don't remember anything that comes out of my mouth. Anyways, they're meant to be dangerous in swarms. Based on facts and logic. Well, let's look here. I can already give you a criticism just because you said swarms. TTRP Genius, the double column is based. Single column sized. I see what you're saying, like this. Yes. That's probably what you meant it to look like. My bad. I was making your stat block not look very good. That was on me. I won't deduct points from that. Okay. Okay, so the Betrum insect hatchling. It's an AC of 12, so this is a little guy. He's supposed to be harassing your players at low levels. CR 1-8, so it takes 8 of these guys to equate to a single level 1 player. Keeping that in mind here. Alright, so we have some weaknesses in the ability scores, which is good. They're not very smart, and they're not very cunning, nor are they very charismatic, which makes sense. More columns is automatically better. I can actually get more of it on screen. That's just a single one, but I always make everything big. Okay. So we got a lot of different actions, which is I like to see that because I like when your players cannot just predict what the creature's going to do next, because that's whenever I make stat blocks, I always try to give things a lot of different actions, unless I'm making just like a minion stat block. But this is cool. I like this. Okay, so we have can we get a triple column version? Unfortunately, Unfortunately, I only have the technology to go to 2 columns. Although there was a there was a cursed stat block. August, if you send it to me somehow again in Discord, I'll put it on the stream of a stat block that we never reviewed. That was like 4 columns, and that I need to actually put that on stream one of these days because that shit was fucking cursed. Anyways, okay, so we have your we have a basic bite attack, just does a d6 piercing. That's pretty cool. Flurry of slashes. This does 4d4 damage. It's a lot of damage for a 1/8 creature. Cannot be used when latched onto a target. Okay, so you did say that you were not ready with this. I'll make a matured version of these things come the time. So, I know you said that you weren't ready when you made this, but what I will say here is, what point does it have to use the bite attack when Flurry of Slashes is just better? And it doesn't have a multi-attack, so it can only use one of these things. So really, it has no no reason to use Flurry of Slash, or to use the bite attack, unless I'm missing something. Unless, like, the bite, like, somehow reduces armor class or something, and I'm not seeing it. Bite attack has advantage while grappling. I see. Spectral insect has advantage on attack rolls against any creature grappled by it. Okay, this should be a trait, not an action. Uh-oh. What did I just do? Whoops. I deleted it. Refresh. He had the grappler trait. I know what it was. Okay. Grappler. This is an ability. Oh, you have everything under abilities. That's why everything looks like that. Okay, I see what's going on here. Action. And then we want to go bam. Okay. That's why I was confused, I see. Also, I thought I did add multi-attack to the bite and stabs. That would be a little rough if you gave multi-attack to the the stabs, okay. I was looking at it. Oh, I see what you did right here. 2 multi-attacks. What I would just do is... Usually I assume most of you have never used this website before. So it makes 2 stab or bite attacks. Something like that. Put this at the top. Okay. I'll bring that up after this stat block. It'll be a funny thing to look at. Yeah, the first time I use it. Yeah, it's all good. It takes a little bit to get used to, but like once you get used to it, it's really hard to not use this website to make stat blocks because it's nice to just have, because you could print them out and like cut them out and stuff instead of just having it on like a Google Doc. Everything's like condensed into a stat block. Okay, so your back limb stab and the bite were both multi-attack from what you said, so this would I would take this out. So we'll put these up here. Don't go too much into it. We still gotta do a collab on it this Christmas. Yeah, we just never ended up doing it. I like that it can bite once and stab twice. Okay, I see. Okay, so it makes... Okay, now this makes a lot more sense. It makes 1 bite. This might be really strong for a CR 1/8. 1 bite and 2 back stab, back stab attacks. Okay, so it can bite. It could bite once and use this twice. I see. Okay. Okay. And then we have Flurry of Stabs, which does 4d4. Okay, let me go through all the abilities first here. Alright, Fluttering Leap. So they do have wings, keep in mind. So looking at the artwork again for a reminder, they do have these little wings here. So they leap 30 feet towards a target and latches onto it automatically. The target may use its attack of opportunity if he is facing the detriment threat. That's cool. I like that because these are supposed to be like, you know, you swat it out of the air. That's pretty cool. And like when there's a whole bunch of them coming at them, that's pretty, you know, epic whenever, like, you know, the barbarian gets to cleave into something as it's jumping at him. So that's pretty cool. I like that. Adhesion of blood. He coagulates and coats bladed weapons after battle, making them less effective. After battle, if the weapons are not cleaned quickly, the blood hardens and the weapon deals -3. That should be a ability, not a action. And also, let me take this out because this is in there twice. That's pretty cool too. I like that as well. That's pretty unique. See, I like to see unique abilities like this because there's no Wizards of the Coast monster that does anything like this. So the blood of the monster being on your weapon actually makes your weapons degrade, so that's pretty cool. I wasn't sure how to put the time it takes to repair the weapons. Outside of combat, it's kind of pointless to make somebody have to roll, I think, for how many minutes it takes. I would just say it takes like 10 minutes per... You can even say it takes 30 minutes to clean the weapon if you wanted to be really mean, or just say it takes 15 minutes and just call it a day. Without a solvent. I like horror monsters too. So this is really cool. The dungeon crawl with these things is pretty dangerous. Waiting around is not wise, at least the one I'm running right now. Yeah, and this would make that, like, this kind of would play into that to where, like, the creature combos off of itself. So, you know, they have this blood that, like, gunks up your weapons and turns them into, like, bludgeoning weapons. So you have a sword and it's covered in, like, this goop or whatever. Both hardens, the weapons deal -3 slashing damage. You might just want to say. Just -3 damage in general. Oh, no, I guess if it gets onto a mace. So if this gets onto like a bludgeoning weapon, you don't intend on this reducing the damage, I'm assuming. Like, because it's just adding bulk to it. Okay, I see. The blood hardens. I would somewhere in here. What I would say is, if slashing weapons are not cleaned quickly, weapon deals -3. Just say -3 damage. No, we could say slashing, I guess, if you want it in there. Okay, now let me look at the actions again, because I still think Flurry of Slashes is doing so much damage that it still is outclassing the other stuff. Unless you make the argument that because you can make 3 attacks and it's 3 different chances to roll a natural 20, I still think this is so strong that, like, why would it even use this? and then use these when it could just use this because it does 4d4 versus 2d4 and 1d6 plus 3. You're right, it is a +1 to hit. Where's my math wizards? If it does that, it has no other chances to hit, and these things really rely on grappling for that advantage. I see. Perhaps you're right. So this is just like the front-loaded attack here. You know what? I don't hate it. I think that's a good idea. It's not bad. This would do 4d4 damage. Did you actually mean for this to deal an additional +4, or is it supposed to just be adding its strength mod? Because you could do 44 +4. Well, technically it would be +3 because it's getting 1 from strength, so that would make it 4. Simulating that it's getting hit 4 times. Yeah, for a really low level monster that's like specifically horror themed, I like this stat block. I think this is cool. I like the adhesion of blood. I don't think it goes too overboard. With you pleading your case to me about this, I actually don't mind it. I think this actually gives it a decent amount of stuff to do. So it essentially has 4 different actions that it can use, so the players are never really going to just accurately predict what this thing is going to do to them. Now you have to be aware also, if they roll a nat 20 with this attack, that's a lot of damage, but that's I guess that's rare. Yes, so the average damage would be... For this one here, where's this extra plus coming from? For the back limb stab. I don't know, is that actually supposed to be there for this or what? I think if I had to give this stat block a grade, I don't know why you would, I would just leave it at 1 hit point and just leave them at 5, because an extra 1 isn't going to do much. Unless you just prefer it to be at 6 hit points exactly. But for me, it's just like, is that extra 1 really going to do that much? For this creature, I also realize it has a climbing speed. For this creature, I think that I would give this, for the flavor and for just for like the horror aspect, because these are really cool, I would give this a solid A. I think I'd give this a solid A, just because of the flavor. You took something really low CR, and you made it interesting, which is hard to do at this CR, because you don't really have a lot that you can do. Favoritism. Hey man, listen. That's pretty cool, right? That's a pretty cool monster. I gotta be honest. I like the unique thing with this adhesion of blood trait. And I also like how Fluttering Leap, which let me fix that for you because you have that in there twice. Whenever you guys use this website, put the name of the action goes here, and then you type everything after that down here. So everybody that uses this website who has never used it before, the name of the action goes up here, and then everything else goes in here. What was I saying? I like how the this Fluttering Leap also actually gives it, like, it lets the players actually react and take an attack of opportunity. So if you have like 8 of these running in and using this ability and like flying at you, the fighter can like cleave one out of the air. That makes the players feel good. And on a low CR creature like this, I actually kind of like the weakness too. It helps balance it out. These things are kind of just meant to be like sewer slide bombers. They are sewer slidal creatures, and I like that. These are really cool. I'm definitely going to give this an A. You get the DM Dungeon Mastery stamp of approval for this one. I like how you made a very, very low CR creature interesting. So I will send this back to you with the updated thing that I did, and there's still a couple things that you could probably fix. Actually, let me fix that before I send this back to you. Take this out. This would be italicized. Yeah, this is... I don't know what's going on here with the melee weapon attack, and then you have stab. Unless you're doing that to like not have to include piercing here to like save on character usage. But yeah, so let me save this, and I will send that back to you on Discord. And yeah, you get an A for your lesson for the day, I would say. Very well done, my friend. Now, I did promise I gotta show this thing on screen because this is an abomination. So, everybody's here, right? Just everybody type "I'm here" so I know that you're here, because you need to be paying attention to this, and you need to see this is what not to do when you make a stat block. Okay, this is funny. This is hilarious. I need to like put like funny music on while we look at this for like a couple seconds, but I don't know what's like funny music for this. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Benny Hill theme. I think I'll actually get copyrighted if I do that. We have like just like some like silly derpy. It's fun. Okay. Alright. Ready? This is what not to do. If you thought the 2-column stat block made you a Giga Chad, wait till you see this. Dude. Oh my lord, man. It's literally an entire page of a book. Like, I don't understand. It's not even getting the whole thing on screen because it's so big. Oh my god, dude. That's an Among Us moment right there. Lore accurate Santa, exactly. That's like how it makes you feel when you see that. What is that? That is what happens when you give somebody too much power. Round start slowed. Oh my lord, dude. Me when the Santa stat block has 4 columns worth of things I could do. There is never a reason. There is never a reason to make a stat block this big. You do not need this many traits on a stat block, for the love of God. Don't do this to yourself. That's basically a player character sheet, is what that is. Okay, I can't show too much of it because we're supposed to be breaking it down. But it's just so funny that somebody did this. You have to spend half the session reading the stat block. It's just... I just need to meet the guy that made that, and I just want to ask him why. Why did you do this? Oh my lord, that's funny. Do we have anybody else that sent in something? Abyss. Abyss, are you here? Abyss. Abyss is salvation. There's a hidden surprise you don't know about either. Abyss, are on Discord, are you Abyss is salvation? Or is this a different Abyss that sent me their stat block? Shows my bugoids to the guy that made that. This is a big truck old creep. Okay, so I can look at your Cobalt. Okay. Abyss roleplay. He is up on the chopping block. It's time to see what you made for us here. Now, you said something about something, I remember. Holy shnikes! That's like the Santa stat block. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, we got a lot to look at. This is a lot to look at. And it only has 1 hit point. What am I looking at here, Chief? This is a lot. Alright, this is going to be a lot to... Okay, class. This is going to be a lot. I honestly was afraid you bring mine instead. Well... You don't have to be afraid, because we can unpack this little by little. We can figure out what's going on here. And there's a lot going on here, obviously. Instead of Santa. You were afraid that I was going to bring yours instead of Santa. Well, it's not 4 columns, at least. It's 2 columns. However, we have a lot... Oh, you wanted to make them a group monster. I see. Why did they only have 1 hit point? That's the first thing I need to know. I need to know why they only have 1 hit point. Alright now. No guffawing. 10 hours of silence, occasionally broken up by random meme sound effects. Oh lord. 1 second. Let me do that spirit reservoir. To not count HP and to not spend time rolling attack damage. Okay, so here's the thing right off the bat. The Chad bedroom bug sitting at a robust 6 HP. So you're trying to make a minion stat block, is what I'm assuming that you're trying to make. So you just want this thing to die in 1 hit. However, here's the thing that I'm looking at right away. There's a lot to look at on the stat block. Like a ton, like to the point that it's overwhelming for what the creature is supposed to be. This is like a ton to take in just for like I'm assuming you have like just 30 of these specifically, and you're trying to get them to work as a unit. 70%, 25%, 5%. You have percentages in here too, which I'm not so... I'm not sure what those mean. Okay, this is we're gonna have to go into overtime for this one. This is gonna take a while. 5% chance that each individual kobold speaks common. I see. Now, is that actually relevant? Like, do you need that on the stat block? Couldn't you just, like, just have the player roll, like, a D100, and then if they roll a 5 or below, they speak common or something? See, this is stuff that I would have in my notes. I wouldn't put this on a stat block. I would put this on notes off the side of the screen somewhere. And a horde stat block, which is like what it looks like you were trying to do. So let me think about how I want to do this. Let me think here. Okay. So, I have made horde stat blocks in the past. Okay, this is a null horde stat block, okay? This represents a bunch of individual nulls clumped into one stat block. So what I did was I copied a swarm stat block and I added a couple extra traits and stuff onto it. Now it's a big stat block, but it's not as big as yours. I've made ones that are even smaller than this. Let me open up a Neanderthal one. This is my Neanderthal tribe stat block, which is even smaller. It's even more simplistic. Now, if you were running this, how would you keep track of when the horde dies? You're just literally like saying, okay, there's 40 kobolds, and as long as all 40 of them are on the field, they have access to all these things. Basically, is what I'm seeing here. What I'm assuming. This looks definitely like what I see whenever I see like a lot of wanderlust in somebody making like stat blocks. There's a lot of things on here that can just kind of be not put on the stat block, no matter if there are 10 or 30 of them. Yeah, like Jay's saying, minions, like a minion stat block would really truly probably do what you're trying to do here, but just easier. I think I have a minion somewhere. Let me see if I can find one. I do have a null minion. Now mine are not like a one-to-one to the MCDM stuff, but instead of doing all that, this is like what a null minion would look like that I made. This is meant to be ran with a whole bunch of them, and they all die in one hit because of this rule right here specifically. If it takes damage from an attack or a failed save, it drops to 0 HP. That should actually just say it dies. And then it has a little caveat so that like other things, like if a coconut lands on its head, it doesn't kill it. But if you want to make a minion stat block, I recommend trying to do something like this, like trying to put this trait onto a stat block. You don't have to have null in there, but I would put something like that onto the stat block, and then, you know, just add a couple more traits. So what was I looking at here? Spends hours without. Yeah, a lot of this just looks like it comes... How long have you been making stat blocks, Abyss? I'm curious. And this is no shame. This is not me making fun of you. This is not me shitting on your stat block. I'm just genuinely asking. What's up, Say? Not very, a year maybe. Okay, that's fine. So, yeah, I could tell this looks like somebody who's excited and has a lot of ideas, and they are putting a lot of ideas onto a stat block. But the thing is, what you want a stat block to do is you want it to have only the information that you absolutely need to run the creature. So I used to do this too. I used to make stat blocks that are like way too long because I have a lot of ideas and I want them all to be on the stat block, and it's like I can't. It hurts to not put it on the stat block, but what ends up happening is it starts to make the stat block a little bit overwhelming. So let's say you had this stat block, but then you also had a bunch of other Cobalt stat blocks too. So not just the Horde stat block. You were running like kobolds with wings and like kobold casters. You're gonna have to look at this stat block, and you're gonna have to read through everything in the heat of battle, and it's gonna slow the game down because you're gonna have to figure out, okay, what do I want this thing to do next? Okay, hold on, let me see here. We have this. We have shifting pack. We have throwing a net. Okay, he's gonna do this. And then, hold on, let me pull out my, the goblins that are with the kobolds. And then the intellect hour comes out, and then, this is where the problem comes in, is because this has so much stuff on it, I would even be overwhelmed running it. It's like there's too much, basically. An idea could be minions, and then cool legendary actions or whatnot could be lair actions. I even think, I think a Horde stat block could have legendary actions, but natural enemy of gnomes as a legacy of long lost war. See, you're putting a lot of lore onto the stat block, but this is something that you would see. Let me open up the do the monster manual from any flip, and this might actually give you an idea of what I'm trying to say is okay, so if we look at this, right here, a lot of what you have on the stat block looks like it should be stuff that's off the stat block in the lore section. Okay, so all of this stuff is cool, but you don't need that to run the creature during combat. If gnomes are present on the opposing side of combat, the kobold must pass a discipline test of 10 plus with target the gnomes first. I would just say a wisdom check, but also you could just say hatred of gnomes even, and cut out half that text and make that way smaller. As much as this is cool, the players are never going to see this. If you know what the lore is of your creature that you've made, you don't have to have all this on there. I've done this before with people too. I've had people Abernathy Shield Mage on his very first stat block. He had a lot of excess text on his stat block that I cut out for him. And I've made really long stat blocks myself. Also, I just want to reiterate that I have done this before too.
It's not a... it comes with when you start making creature stat blocks. I think I might have... I should have it here. This is just to show you that I'm not poking fun at you, although I'm poking fun at you, but in a friendly way, basically. So I have done the same thing. Like, to me, this Storm Giant stat block is way too long. I would never make a creature stat block this long just for a basic Storm Giant. What I would do now is if I go back and I rework this stat block, I would take half of these traits off, half of these actions would come off the stat block, and I would split them up into different individual creatures. Bro gonna call me out all night long. Well, we're gonna have to get back to your stat block too, and then we're gonna roast you for the rest of the stream. I feel like I want to help Abyss out here and try to give him some advice. This would take me a while to redo his whole stat block, but I'm trying to just give like DM to DM advice, basically. But do you get what I'm saying, Abyss? Like, you see how long the stat block is? That's like a whole page worth of traits. And this is my stat block. This is even yours. This is my stat block. Running this by itself as a boss monster is fine. Having all of this. Like, okay, this is like the final boss, or this is like a actual boss fight. It's fine to have this much stuff. But if you do this, and then also you have minions on the side too. So like, okay, you have a goblin, and then you also have like an intellect devourer or something. Anything else that has all this text on it is just, it's just going to be a nightmare to run for your players. Well, not for your players, for you. There's supposed to be a solo encounter. Alright, so that, yeah, that's not that bad. I do want to like dig into this and fix it for you. Not really fix it, but like just change what I would change about it. I don't know how other people feel. Do you guys want to see me redo this whole stat block? I think an important aspect of monster design is to focus on a core mechanic or feel and find synergy around that. Yes, that too. Yes, yeah, essentially, like, it's understandable to want to do all this stuff, but like it's just not needed, basically. And I like the flavor that you have on here, like Little Things, Big Trouble, like that stuff's cool. You can still keep all that stuff. I'm curious as to why legendary actions. I suppose it's not a bad idea. It's a good idea, actually. I'm just curious as to why. I've actually been reworking it while listening. I think I have a few things you'll like. Oh, you think, do you? To allow them out of a turn. Okay, do you guys want to see me rework this stat block for our homie here? Try to redo it how I would do it. I feel like you're not gonna like it how I'm gonna do it. But then again, it all comes from a place of love, my son. For I love all of my children. Henceforth, why I wish to help you, my son. Chop it up. So the first thing, if I were to rework this, I would start off with a Cobalt. Just a blank Cobalt stat block. I think an idea would be to break it all up into separate, more focused creatures that each have a role in the bigger combat. Yeah. There is a Cobalt that I like that has like a Beholder style random chart that has like a hodgepodge of things to do. It's the Cobalt Inventor. I'm just trying to think what I would do here. Well, I'll ask Abyss. Abyss, do you want me to make a version of this that I would use, or do you want to just take my advice and then you fix it? Because I can try to make what you're going for, but if you don't want me to, that's fine. I don't want to force you into a corner and say, let me rework your stat block for you. I don't know how long it'll take me though, also, because we got How are you imagining the combat plays out? I'm curious, were you a player before you started like making stat blocks and stuff, or have you always been a DM? Forever DM. So for the whole percentage stuff, I straight up would just take the percentage stuff out. Is the percentage stuff just there for like whenever they kill the horde and they're just searching the bodies, so you know what amount of kobolds have spears, what amount have pebbles, what amount have crossbows? Because that stuff to me just seems like kind of arbitrary, and I don't see a point to having it on the stat block, personally. Alright, I'm going to start working on this. We're going to do this. I'll try to do this in a timely manner, but this will probably take me... Okay, so you're doing it still for lore reasons. So you're doing it for like a visual image in your head. See, the problem is it creates more visual noise, though. Visual noise is bothersome. If you've been DMing for 8 years and all your stat blocks look like this, you're probably used to this. But like me, as a person who makes my stat blocks, I look at this and this is like, I would be overwhelmed trying to run this personally. I would get DM burnout if I had to, like, not because like I'm not saying it's like a terrible stat block, but like it's just there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of stuff happening going on. All right, let's see what I can do here. All right, so first things first, Cobalt. We want to do Cobalt free tribe. What is the free thing? Is that just the name of the tribe? Of the kobolds, they're called the Free Tribe. Let me see here. Neutral evil. Free as opposed to... Okay, so that's like a lore thing. I don't know what your lore is, so I'm just gonna try my best. I'm gonna try my best to rework this, so... we're just gonna leave this as lawful evil, and I'll let you change that. So... You have 10 seconds of delay, it's okay. It's all good. Alright, so let's see here. Alright, class. Class is in session yet again. We're going to be doing a full-blown rework here. We're going to be doing a Pimp My Ride episode of this Cobalt tribe. We're going to try to anyways, but we're doing this out of love, of course, not out of roasting. Let's see. I gotta put my strengths to the test here. Okay. So, when I do horde stat blocks, first thing I do is I set this to 16. Alright, strength, I add 7. I always add 7, and then I usually reduce the charisma by 1 because it's a group of creatures. I don't increase the con. I don't touch anything else. Alright, so already what I did was, you will have to keep track of hit points, however, this states that it is a gargantuan horde of small humanoids. Alright, so I'm actually going to be copy-pasting some stuff from one of my own stat blocks here. And now, I'm sure somebody will probably pick apart what I'm doing even. Calculator. 152 divided by 2 would be 76. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is we're going to figure out what the bloodied threshold of this creature would be. The bloodied threshold is when the creature gets to half hit points or fewer. So we're going to do bloodied. And then this would be 76. So half of its current hit points would be 76. So when it gets to 76, that's usually when the creature gets weaker. I thought the music sounded like I do round music in COD Zombies. I did want to start playing some like heavy metal. I kind of do want to switch the vibes up. I don't know if is COD Zombies music copyrighted. I want to play some Killing Floor music. Let me see here. This will probably be very loud because it's heavy metal. It will run before that. Killing Floor OST goes hard. This is my favorite Killing Floor song. Okay, alright. What are we doing here? Okay, so armor class 12, what did you give for armor? They don't have armor, okay. I'm gonna try to speed run this, but not actually speed run it, if that makes sense. Alright, bang, intelligence 8. Looks like you had 7. You can even set that to 7, I don't mind. Posting your stat block. I could send it to you if he gives me his blessing to send it to you. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is we're going to give them a saving throw proficiency in strength, and this is only because this is a group of. What I like to do is take the total of the hit points. If you want to like try to visualize how many creatures are in this horde, so you take the total hit points and you divide that by 2. Where's the division button? Oh, just a slash. I'm stupid. Divided by 2 would mean that it is 76. So I want you to visually imagine this stat block is a group of 76 kobolds. Okay, it's a horde of 76 kobolds. You can even say it's more. If you want, you can say this is 152 kobolds. Because they are small, so why not? We'll say this is like 152 kobolds. Uh-oh. Jay's gonna compete with me. He's gonna show me up. I'll have to ban him from everything. I'll have to admin abuse and ban him from everything because he can't make something better than me. No. Okay, so here we go. Ready? We have sunlight sensitivity. Is this even on your stat block? You have fear of sunlight. Not a competition. I know, I'm just joking. Just say the word boss man, finger on the ban button. Okay, so you have fear of light, so these kobolds are like literally, they're shitting themselves if they go into sunlight, so I'll put that on here. That'll replace sunlight sensitivity. Let me just say fear of light. I'll try to keep your flavor that you have, but I'm just gonna DM Dungeon Masteryify it. Alright, so while in sunlight, we'll just go like this. We're going to try to save space. Alright, character usage. You want to try to reduce the amount of characters. And what I mean by characters, it's like every letter that's on the stat block. You want to try to save as much space as you can, so that when you get to like the interesting stuff, you can actually have more room to do the interesting stuff. Alright, so this is just a trait. So while in sunlight, we're just going to say has disadvantage on attack rolls, saves against fear. I would honestly just say wisdom saves, because that just simplifies it. Because fear, if you're doing like morale checks, wisdom saves are morale checks. So just say disadvantage on attack rolls, wisdom saves, mouse checks, and then we'll do and Wiz perception checks that rely on sight. So perception checks relying on sight. Boom. There we go. Reduce the wording on it. It's saying the exact same thing that your stat block is saying, but I just cut out some of the words, so it's just saving on space. I don't even have to say has disadvantage. You just say disadvantage on attack rolls, wisdom saves, and perception checks. Alright, there we go. Alright, now we're going to make this a 4-column Giga Chad stat block now. Okay, so Pack Tactics is not needed because this is a Horde stat block, so that is irrelevant. What we do actually need is the Horde trait, so I'm going to put Horde on here. Alright. This is what makes this creature a horde. This is what will make it feel like a group of kobolds. Actually, before I get into that, let me do damage vulnerabilities here. Now, I don't know how you feel about this, but we want to give them vulnerability to area of effects, spells, or multi-target attacks. So if somebody casts Fireball and it blows up in the middle of the kobolds, they just get absolutely decimated, and it makes the players feel good. They feel like, hell yeah, I just blew up 100 kobolds. So that's good. So we'll do that, and I don't think your guys have any sort of perception and stealth, so I'll give them that stuff. Why not? So we'll go perception, stealth. And then throw a 5th column on for me. I honestly wish I could do more columns, because I do make some stat blocks that if I had 3 columns it would save. Although it would be cringe because I would be breaking my own rules, but you know. Alright, now I am gonna hit you with a based DM Dungeon Mastery tier rating for this, so this will probably be like at least tier 2 in difficulty. And I'll give these a proficiency bonus 3. I feel fine if the Horde can split, but it will become obvious the next ability. The Horde can split. I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, Legendary Cowardness. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, let me try to break this down. What is this? Okay, so fear or panic. Cobalt may panic whenever. I see. So you're just making them just straight cowardly. How can I make this? Let me see. How can I make this more simple that does the same thing? I like the trait name because I did one of these for ogres. I gave them legendary stupidity. Cowardness. Okay. So whenever you target a kobold by attack, it panics. An adjusted ally. What does that mean? It sounds like some 3.5 language mixed in here, almost. An enemy survives a critical hit. Kobold no longer outnumbers. Okay, so be 100% honest with me. Do you really want to try to keep track of all of that when you're running the stat block? Or, because that's a lot to remember on top of all of the other traits, I feel like. I would just say what do you think? What do you think here? I'm just going to say whenever the kobold is critically hit by a crit. It's critically hit. Critically hit. Let's see if ChatGPT can help me. Is that ChatGPT is pretty good with, it's like a calculator for words almost. You reduce the characters search on this, basically. Scare 3 of them, they all run. I would just say it almost just makes sense to just simplify this into because I know you're really trying to hammer that they're very scared of everything, but at that point it's almost pointless to put a stat block on them if they just run whenever the horde. That was a wisdom save versus a fear effect. See what Turn Undead says, because I think Turn Undead would... The wording for Turn Undead can actually help me here. Oh boy. You've done it now. You've got me in full-blown rework mode here. Where is it? Turn Undead, Turn Undead, Turn Undead. must spend its turns trying to move as far away from combat as it can, using dash if able. If there's nowhere to move, it takes the dodge action. Now I'm going to delete all this. I know you're going to probably get mad at me for that. But that essentially... Now all of the other stuff in there that says like, if this happens, if this happens, if this happens, if this happens, you as the dungeon master, you know, because you're not like publishing this like I would, and you're not like putting this on something. I would just say whenever they fail a wisdom save versus a fear effect, essentially it's like they're getting hit with like turn undead, so they have to run away. That's what I would say for that. Now let me add the other horde things here. Overwhelming mass. So put that in there. We gotta put reactive in here. Take one reaction every turn in combat. Alright, so we're already getting a little bit big here. Put the stuff at the bottom. Alright, let me see if I can also... change the music here. Hopefully no ads, please. That was the process. Cobalt arrive, plant a plot, pilfer something, run away. I see, I see. I hope it's not too loud. Okay. This is challenging. This is challenging. Let me see here. We got a lot. We have a lot going on here in the stat block. Okay. Cobalt doesn't trigger weight-based traps. That, to me, would not make sense if there's a horde of kobolds. If they're all clustered up and standing on something, it would probably trigger it, because there's so many of them. When ground springs to life. So I would honestly take this out of the horde stat block. I would leave this in for like an individual kobold. And I'll make a minion kobold also, just for like just for the sake of like if you want to have individual kobolds. If you're like a madman, you want to have like 800 NPCs on the board at once somehow. Okay, when ground springs to life. Might be a little hard to hear me with the lyrics. Let me turn it down. Complete cover diet. Check to notice them. So this just sounds like natural camouflage, but more complicated. That's what this sounds like. How long is the duration for this? Spend hours without movement, so it doesn't really specify. So I'm just going to say 1 hour. Spends 1 hour of time to hide I don't know what type of terrain they would be hiding in. It wouldn't make sense if they were able to do this in like ruins, I would feel like. Dirt and leaves, we'll just say like... Paths. Forest. It's like camouflage in grass or forest. Terrain. Alright, so I also try to limit myself to not have too many traits. Alright, so this is the next one that's going to be a little difficult to try to translate into normal 5e language here. It's just a gnome hater. So we're going to take all this out. If gnomes are present on the opposing side of combat, so you don't have to even say that. Let's pass a discipline check. See, this sounds like homebrew stuff. This is just like homebrew stuff because that's not a thing in 5e. This is also something that you could just role play this, and like you don't have to put this on a stat block because you're not like making these stat blocks for other people. So you know that your kobolds hate gnomes, so I would honestly just say they target the gnomes first, instead of even, because this kind of just takes up needless space on the stat block. Personally, in my opinion, that's what I think. Alright. Here we go. We're getting into the actions here. So, pilfer. Cobalt can steal a small item. I would just say that's just a sleight of hand check for this. You don't even need, because like the 5e rules, this would just be a sleight of hand check, but also what a horde of, I guess they could if they surround you. They could steal something from you. I have an idea with the horde actions. I can implement this into the horde actions, maybe. Let me think here. Oh boy, it's a tough one. Oh boy. Let me also change the song because we've been playing like the same thing. Do Spirit Reser because I'm literally dying. IRL. Okay, I also need to get this condition immunities here. So we're going to do Charmed, Grappled, Paralyzed, Petrified, Poisoned, Prone, Restrained, Stunned, Unconscious. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have 6 traits. I usually do hard cutoff at 6 traits, because anything more than that is just like too much. Now these legendary actions are going to be a problem. I don't know, I could try, I'm going to try to implement some of those, but you know what, maybe they won't be too much of a problem. Okay, so we have Twig Spear. We're just going to make a weapon called Twig Spear. Twig Spears. Now, your kobolds, you're probably going to want them to use strength for this specifically. But what is the damage that they do? 1d4. 1d4 minus 3, eh? because there's so many things attacking you, these are going to be 4d4. D4. Horde stabbing. Take out this, take out this, we don't need that. Sling a pebble, so we have a sling attack. Let me try to do this here. Oh boy. Trying to remain talkative, but also I'm trying to wrap my brain around how to translate this. Simple weapons, dex attack. 20 feet. Take out one target. If I see one target in your guys' stat blocks, I'm taking points off, by the way. Unless it's for spells. On hit. Hail of rocks. On hit. Dex. 4d4. Oh, wait, hold on. Just copy this. 4d4. Bludgeoning. If bloodied, 2d4. Whoopsies. Bludgeoning. Damage. Slings, plural, because there's a horde. Are you guys like so engaged right now? You guys are like, I know you guys are just having like so much fun. Alright, let me get back to my other playlist that I had on earlier.
Switching tax are.
Oh my goodness, no, please. Don't tell me about taxes. I don't want to think about taxes. No. I don't know what happened to my other music. Hold on a second. Baba Booey. Here we go. Loop. Turn it down a little bit. Okay. Okay. You cannot escape the tax man. I hate the tax man. Okay, so there's two ways you could do horde attacks. You can front load the damage and then just say they can only target one creature with each attack. Like they can give them like a pseudo multi-attack. But with that multi-attack, I would say that they can't hit the same creature more than once, but they can attack up to 4 times. And the reason being, if you have a battle map out, 4 creatures is about the amount of things that can fit into squares in front of you that can attack you. It's probably like really hard to like visualize that, but damn it, I can't visualize it unless let me just try to. We'll do another example because this is a learning stream here. I listen to long form content and have to listen to dozens of them. That's not very based. Hold on one moment. I am going to get Owlbear Rodeo up and I'm going to show you guys what I mean. Okay, so enable the grid also. Okay. Okay. You guys can see this, right? Pay attention, class. Pay attention now. This is why I make horde stat blocks the way I do. This is my example. Alright, so we got dwarf guy here. Alright. Are you paying attention? Are you sleeping in the back of the class? Wake up, damn you. Alright, so when I do horde stat blocks, 1, 2, 3, 4. The reason why I like doing 4 front-loaded damage by 4, because technically speaking, if you have a group of creatures like this, okay, and they're all attacking you. Kelsey's ads are insane for ads. I'm editing my adult bedroom insect right now. Well, stop editing it and pay attention, damn you. No, I'm just kidding. Essentially what I'm saying is, whenever I do horde stat blocks, okay, the reason why I do them the way I do them is... Ah, shucks. Hold on, I gotta make this snap to the grid. I need to draw a circle. Alright, so if we're saying like this is the base for these Cobalt hordes or whatever, probably even make them a little bit smaller. Oh shit, never mind. You get what I'm saying. Okay. This is why I do 4 damage die per hit when I do horde stat blocks, because if you're standing here, okay, even though there's like 40 guys in a horde, only these front guys are going to be the ones hitting you, because everything's happening in 6 seconds. So you're here, there's at any given time, there's only one group of people that are going to be able to hit you all at once. This is why I do horde stat blocks in damage die of like increments of 4. And then whenever I do horde actions, when you're inside the horde, that's when it's like representative that, you know, everything's coming around you and attacking you all at once like that. Ranged damage, they have the option of doing both. So technically speaking, if dwarf guy is way out here and these guys shoot at him, it's still the same concept. So these guys in the front, you know, if they have slings, the guys behind them are not going to be able to sling into the back of the guy's head. They could technically crouch down, but for the sake of balancing reasons, I usually do it like this. However, Dungeon Master Jay had actually suggested that I just make all horde attacks like dex saves or something, which I actually do want to experiment with that. But to show like an example, hordes can be gargantuan sized even. So like if we're saying like that's actually the size of the horde or whatever, and there's like a ton of these little kobolds in here. Let me delete these guys. This might make the thing lag here. For visual sake, you get what I'm saying. With like, you know, this whole red circle, you have to imagine would be filled with kobolds everywhere. So there'd be like 100 of them. I still think that it makes sense that only like 4 creatures can feasibly hit you at the same time. You know, that's me pleading my case to you guys as to why I make horde stacks. You know, it's an overcomplicated, elongated explanation like I always do. So let me... I'm experimenting with this on these stat blocks with what I'm calling horde attacks. And what that states basically is... Whoops. And these are always experimental. These have never been play tested yet. But horde attacks basically says that It can make up to 4 attacks. And I have to change short bows because I don't have short bows. Spears, slings, crossbows, because you also have crossbows. I bump it to 6 because I'm not a nice person. Overzealous guys in the back. Yeah, they technically could. I mean, it really is like, it's really up to you how you want to do it. I stick with 4. Honestly, you could make the argument with smaller creatures that they probably could. I actually want to experiment with swarms, like actual insects and stuff, that like when you're in their space, you just take damage at the start of each of your turns. And so they just don't make attack rolls. Because that's actually, I think, 4E does something like that. And that was actually pretty interesting. So, each attack must target a different creature. So we're going to do that for this. And, sue me if you hate it. Let me see. Very light crossbow. Again, this is silly, and I like the flavor, but this is kind of, because you're doing individual creatures, I guess it makes sense, but in reality, it just seems like needless to me to have this in here. 40 to 20 feet. So let me try to make a very light crossbow here. We're going to call it Cobalt sized crossbow because it's funny. Close that out. 40 to 120. I think your rocks were actually just throwing rocks. Even 30 to 90. That's fine. I can hail of small bolts. And these are 1d6. Okay, where am I going? Hello. This would be 4d6 piercing. Or 2d6 piercing. Oops, just do like that. Okay. Try to speed through this a little bit because I don't want to stream all night. And you want these to be required. We're just going to say that I almost just want to give this a recharge. Like the kobolds are like trying to reload it. It takes a while. Recharge on a 3 to 6. So 4 to 6. It recharges. Honestly, if I was making this, I would just cut out for the flavor. I get why you're doing it, but like I don't know how to represent this in a stat block that's supposed to encompass a group of creatures. Doing that extra stuff just overcomplicates things. So we'll just do like a cooldown or something. Cooldown 1 round. We'll just do something like that. I've never done that before, but that's a first. So we got that. Okay, so that's our 3 weapons. Reactions. The only weapon that doesn't deal 1 damage. I see. Oh, the pebbles only do 1 damage, so I can just make those do 4 damage. So we'll just do... four bludgeoning, or if they're bloodied, it only does 2 bludgeoning. Dexterity. Oh, it is. Okay. This. Dex. Dex. Sex. Dex. There we go. Mogus. Alright, yeah, so the crossbows are stronger, but they go on a cooldown for 1 round. This is my artist interpretation of your stat blocks. So I have a sneaking suspicion with how you make your stat blocks, you might not like this when it's done. But I also have another idea that you could do where you can add a lot of this other stuff on here. With just like a minion kobold instead of doing it like this. Although it is weird with the legendary actions. Whenever an opponent ends their turn in the adjusted square. I'm gonna leave these off because this is like focusing on individual kobolds, and we don't have individual kobolds in this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do special horde actions. These are special in that let me see, hold on 1 second. Copying this from my null stat block here, so I'm gonna have to change the name of everything. Bolts. And then we'll do like volley of bolts. Required. Crossbow not on cooldown, and this goes out to 40 to 120, so it goes out to 120, and then we'll do one for the rocks. I'm assuming they have slings when they're throwing these rocks. It's not just a rock that they're throwing. Throw many rocks. This will be 60 feet, I believe. 60 feet, 10-foot radius. They're going to take 8 piercing damage. Or if they're bloodied, they're going to take 4 piercing damage. I honestly think they shouldn't even take half damage. They should just take either 8 or 4 because it's already so low. Oh, you're right. Bludgeoning. Bludgeoning damage. Bludgeoning damage. Alright, what is the name? I guess we'll just use your name. Poke with a twig spear. We're just gonna call this like poke with many twigs. Each large or smaller creature in the horde's space has to make the strength save, or they're going to take 8d6 piercing. Now your spears do what? They only do, okay, they do a d4. So we're just going to make these d4s. Because even if, 40 kobolds are stabbing you with sharpened sticks, it's still going to hurt if you get stabbed with 40 sharpened sticks all at the same time. Your body can only take so much punishment. 4d4 piercing damage. And then we won't do anything like that, because that's It's not very Cobalt of you. Okay. Now you're sold on the legendary actions, so we can add those. I will have to do that, though. We're still going to have kind of a big stat block, so maybe I failed. I failed. Although I am making it more... It's representing more of a 5e way of running the stat block, I suppose, the way I'm doing it. Legendary actions. When's the last time I made something with legendary actions? I don't even remember. Oh my god. When is the last time I made something with legendary action? Scheiße. Let me start looking actually. Hold on. For dot monster files specifically. Here we go. And alright, so this is there's 2 legendary actions. How many does this have? So, from what I'm reading, they have 1 legendary action per round, from what it looks like with these things. So 1 legendary action. Gains it. Okay. So... want more peanut butter tacos. What the fuck? Only 1 kobold per round can use them. But anyone. Well, because they are functioning as a unit, it's just going to be the horde as a whole, and then you just describe it as a kobold is using it. Holy Lord almighty. There's a lot going on here. Throw a net, queen's honey, smear with grease. Hay and arsenic. These guys are committing war crimes? What's this? Nazi kobolds? Oh, whole stream's demonetized. GG boys, we made it. We made it like 3 hours. Okay, so oh boy. Yeah, even on a minion stat block, like just putting these on a minion stat block would really like make it really big. This is hard. Okay, let me see here. Let me see. I'm gonna have ChatGPT just help me heavily simplify. Going the minion route. Yeah, I was thinking it's not a war crime if you win the war. Simplify these. Keep them to 100 characters or less. Let me just see here. Just because some Swedish guy or whatever put it on paper doesn't mean I'm gonna. For dinner I had tacos with... That's a lot of words. Too bad I ain't reading them. Okay, I see what we're going for here. Alright, so we still need... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, special equipment. Call special equipment. Equipment. Dex attack to hit. Did you keep the range? Nope, you changed the range, so we're going to change it to 10 to 20 feet. Okay. This is heavily cutting down, like, this is like heavily cutting it down to the point that it might even be... Target is restrained. That has... I can summarize if you want. Technically, you could, if you want to, you can. This is your stat block. I'm just trying to help you out. And I'm also trying to challenge myself to see if I could somehow make this more like 5e if I can. Okay. Yeah, pick up larger, smaller. Target. Larger, smaller creature. It's restrained. DC 10 strength. Let's see. Is it escape? DC 10 strength. 5 slashing damage to the net. And then I have to put the net's AC, which is 10. AC 10. Boom. Then we... What's this called? Throwing a net. Call it throwing a net. It's one legendary action. Can I somehow fit all of these in this little space? I'm quickly running out of space. Okay, wait. That might not be too bad. I think I'm still about the same size as yours, though. Objective failed. We'll get him next time. Okay, so... What does that say? ChatGPT. Rolls divisible by 3. All rolls of the creatures are divisible by 3. Automatically fail due to painful bites. I'm confused. What does that mean? Hi guys, just wanted to come and say hello. Unfortunately today I couldn't catch the live from the beginning. Matthias, I'm gonna have to ban you for that. I'm just kidding. What do you mean by divisible? I feel like you're playing like a hodgepodge of 3.5, like first E. This sounds like first edition D&D language to me. All rolls of the creature that are divisible by 3 automatically fail due to painful bites. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Yeah, I don't see a saving throw for this. Any creature with natural armor is immune to this effect. So it sounds like... So, okay. So, but I have to ask you this question. If they were just... So technically, if they're anywhere, they just attract wasps and fire ant queens. So does anyone know how I can decide the AC of a con roll to avoid the effects of poison? The DC, you mean? Usually you just have to eyeball it. I would set it like based on... No, it's in the honey. Oh, the bugs are in the honey. I see. Huh. Okay. I need to think. Trambenbicho? Abyss, also, can I ask you a question? Are you a native English speaker? And that's just completely out of curiosity. Not out of insultingness. Hey. Don't be speaking Brazilian in my chat. No, I'm just kidding. No, you're not. Okay. I was just curious. Have you played First Edition before? I haven't, but I'm just curious. You have a very, this is just very First Edition coded. It's like, I hope you're good at math, kid. Otherwise... And I'd rather appreciate to know what mistakes I'm making. You're not making mistakes. I'm just confused by some of the wording. That's all. It just seems like a very, very, very complicated... it almost seems like it's like... I would just say you have to make a saving throw at the start of each of your turns while you're covered with this. Otherwise you take... damage. I didn't catch that. How do I get this DC right? Hold on. There's a chart that tells you... 1 second. DM screen. Hold on. Now I'm helping 2 different people at once. So so what I would say is easy would be DC 10. DC 10. Moderate. DC 15. Hard. DC 20. Very hard would be 25. And then formidable would be DC 30. That's how I would do DCs for poison, if it's just coming off of the poison itself. So, okay, I think I understand what this ability is supposed to be. So while they're covered in this honey, anytime they make a saving throw for anything, if they roll a 3, a 6, a 9, a 12, a 15, and 18, they fail their roll because of the bites from the insects, is what you're saying. So, if they have to make a dex save, if they roll 12, they fail, is what... That's so First Edition coded. It's just such a... That sounds like some THACO level shit to me. Yes, but not only say... So it just D20 rolls in general. If they roll any of those numbers, they just fail. Brother, did you know Gary Gygax? Are you hiding something from us? Is this a Gary Gygax rule? I'm not roasting you, I swear. Yep. This is some THACO. This is some straight up THACO shit. That is out of my wheelhouse in terms of difficulty, but if you want to keep it like that, Hey man, I'm not gonna stop you, so I will try my best to represent that. Queen's Honey Pot. We'll just call this like Queen's Honey Pot. Special equipment. What's the range on this? 10 to 20. So these all have 10 to 20. There's no size category specification. Okay. I see. Let me try to translate this into 5e the best I can. Okay. 20 feet. 20 feet. Target is covered in bug-infested honey. While target is coated in bug-infested honey. While coated this way. While coated this way. Any D20 roll. Would this be a D20 check in term if we were wording this like 5e? Any D20 check. Let's just say any D20 attack roll, saving throw, or check auto fails if the roll is divisible by 3. And then I'll put example. I'll use your example. I think I'm just too stupid to understand this. I get it. It makes sense now, but it took me so long to understand this. I'm a bit acoustic, you see. You'll have to forgive me. 18. That's a pretty nasty thing there. I will say that's a very. That's a get fucked kid ability. It's interesting though. It's actually very unique. I've never seen anything like that. Auto fails. Bug infested honey. Auto fails if the roll is divisible by 3 due to painful insect bites. Fuck, how do I say this? Creatures with natural armor are immune to this effect. I think that's good. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. I'm curious to see what Jay did with this. This was the idea. Absurdly weak creatures can do some really mean things to you. So this would work even on a giant. I don't think this should work on a giant. I think it should be large or smaller. Because a giant getting bitten by like an ant, that's like such a huge difference in size. Oops. I need to fix this too. Larger, smaller creature. Giants have natural armor. Based on the Goblin Hexer and the Sorcerer abilities. I'm hyperventilating. This is stressing me out. Alright, grease. We have 2 more after this one. Grease. Smear with grease. Covers a 10-foot square in grease. It becomes difficult terrain. Okay, this is just like the grease spell. I can get behind that. I fucks with that one. Grease. Terrain. We'll just call it that. Grease terrain. What if I just call it grease? What if I just call it Potto grease? Potto special. It has to have the special equipment thing in there. We'll put 10-foot radius, 10-foot radius, 10-foot radius, and then we do Cobalts, the Cobalts, grease, the terrain. Do they fall if they are in this own terrain? Because don't they have to... They're doing this underneath where they're standing, are they not? Some of these have peanut butter. DM needs a peanut butter taco. I think I need a, I need like an Adderall. I've never taken an Adderall before. I've never done drugs. But I just know Adderall makes you really good at video games. So that's what I need right now. Cobalt's grease terrain. 10-foot, I'll just say, becomes difficult terrain. DC 10 dex or fall prone. DC 10 dex save or fall prone when entering or ending turn. Okay, we're getting there, brother. We're getting there. We're saving space. I might actually be able to fit everything in this space. Actually based. If you take 20 Adderall, you go to Silent Hill IRL. Can I make a peanut butter elemental monster? I've wanted to actually do like a joke stat block thing. I should have did one on April Fool's Day. Made like a stupid monster or something. That would have been funny. Okay, this is a big one. What is this? What did ChatGPT say this was? Fills room with toxic smoke. DC 15 con or poison. Site checks at disadvantage. I think that works, right? I'll say it fills the room with mustard gas just for you. It fills the room with femboy gas. It turns you into a femboy. That's even worse. How about that? I'm just kidding. DC 15 con or poisoned. Wait a minute. There's a little bit more going on here. At the initiative of 1 on the next round. I see. Okay, wait a minute. At initiative, I would say at initiative count 1, because that's how they would word it in 5e. Can only be used in closed spaces. Okay, how do I word that? This is like trying to translate. This is what this feels like. It's trying to translate. It's not a bad thing, it's just funny, because it feels like, okay. Plants a pot full of toxic material that ignites and bursts at initiative count 1. Okay, then we don't need to say fills room with toxic smoke. We'll put at the end that they can only use this in an enclosed space. Toxic material that ignites and bursts at initiative count 1. DC 15 con or poisoned. Why? Is it the smoke makes it disadvantage, or is it while you're poisoned? See, receives disadvantage in site-based tests. You could say wisdom checks relying on sight. Anyone who breathes it in must make a DC 15 con save or be poisoned until the end of the encounter. How about poisoned until they take a rest? That's more 5e. Unless efforts are made to dispel it, the smoke lasts until the end of the encounter. Let's use a spell for an example that I like to refer to anytime I'm looking at any sort of spells that is like wind-based. Cloud Kill. Alright, let's see how Cloud Kill words this. Okay. Create a 20-foot sphere, blah, 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 choose within range. Fucking hell. It's right, fuck now, ain't it? I can't fucking figure out how to fucking word this. Fucking hell. Stinking Cloud will also work. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Now, you want this specifically to only be in enclosed spaces, quote unquote. So, why don't you just say a 10 or a 20-foot radius sphere? Because that actually puts like an actual range on it. It's late, I'm tired, so I've only got one joke I can make right now. You know, I'm lowering your grade from a C to a D. No, just kidding. Do not specify the size of the room. Okay, so you just want... Do you want it, like, ambiguous for a reason? Like, you just want it ambiguous so that you can just decide whether or not it fills the room. Poison. Short rest. No! We're gonna say. We're just gonna do this. Perception checks relying on sight have disadvantage. I'm already in the lowest rank here. So far. Well, that's not very nice. I'm just kidding. Plants a pot full of toxic material that ignites a burst at initial count 1. DT 15 con or poison until a short rest. Perception. Okay, let's see. While in... fuck, hold on. I have to mention that this is a cloud before... Fuck me. Creates a 20-foot radius sphere. I'm just going to use this as a placeholder. Please don't shoot me. Creates a 20-foot radius sphere of poisonous fog. DC 15 con or poisoned until short rest while in the smog. Perception checks relying on sight have disadvantage. I'm gonna make a 6-column stat block for a mind goblin. I know how to do this, but like my brain's not processing it. I could put all this information at the start. This should actually just say special equipment, like I said before. Hold on there, mate. I'm going to actually ride the sewer slide if I have to listen to another fucking ad, I swear to God. Okay, there we go. Okay, reset it. It's okay, I just had a lapse in judgment there, I'm sorry. Okay, special equipment, 10-foot radius. 10-foot radius sphere. Now, Abyss, let me go back. Do you want the radius to be abstracted? So you don't want to say the size of the radius, or do you want an actual size of the radius? Because I could just say enclosed spaces only, or something. Spaces only. We'll just do that. It's a very dangerous creature. Enclosed spaces only, but the only thing is, like, you kind of do need a range on this. I'm just gonna say 20-foot radius. Enclosed spaces only, 20-foot radius. Sphere. What the hell am I doing? Hold on a minute. Oh! C. Go back. Where was I? Here. Okay, hold on. Special equipment. Enclosed spaces only. 20-foot radius sphere. Okay, 40-foot radius sphere. Of stinking arsenic. Automatically kills all rogue players. We hate rogues. This post was made by Paladin Gang. Actually starting discourse in the comment section. Actually making the rogue players Malding. L ratioed, by the way. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get back here. I'm channeling my brain powers. All 12 of my brain cells are really working hard today. Okay, 20-foot radius sphere. And now I need to say all this other shit more concisely, because I only have so much room left. Okay, hold on a second. Rogue players silently seething in chat. Yeah, just like a rogue player would do. Okay, at initiative count 1. Then we do... okay, comma. DC 15 con or poisoned until a short rest. While in the smog. Perception checks relying on sight of disadvantage. Does this do anything else? Does your dick fall off while you're standing in this? The smoke lasts until the end of the encounter. I'm having a heart attack. I smell burnt toast. No, I'm just kidding. When the creature... I'm losing my mind. They're in your skin, they're in your skin, they're in your skin. The bugs are in your skin. Get them out, get them out. No. Nothing else happens. Wait a minute. It lasts for the... okay. We'll do this. How's this? It lasts... So you said that this lasts until the end of the encounter, but that's not an actual time limit. So if they use this outside of combat, technically speaking, nothing would happen. Rules is written. So we're going to put a combat typically lasts maybe like 1 minute in real time. So we're going to say this lasts 1 minute. Boom. Okay. This is not a spell. Until strong wind. This is still worded very cringy, so let me see if I can... Now ChatGPT format this again. Format this again. Just how I have it. Leave the small flavor text, but keep it concise. You're right, it does. It does. It lasts for the duration until the area is heavily obscured, and then heavily obscured would mean they have disadvantage on perception checks. Okay, I think that's actually Pog. Okay, that's done. Fuck, we're out of room. And I have 2 more things. No. This can't be. I have to make the stat block bigger. I think it's still slightly smaller than the original. Okay, little things, big troubles. Okay, this is a bomb. Now. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, that's another big one there, buddy. Okay, let's see here. We got 2 pots of things that explode, eh? Oh boy. Little things, big troubles. A fair bit smaller. Oh god. Let me see. Special equipment. How are you doing, Jay? Have you lost your mind, or are you still going strong? I have to read this again. Hold on. I lost my train of thought. Okay, so plants a pot that it blows up. At the end of the next round, it explodes in within 20 feet. DC 15 dex save. Each creature within 50 feet has a 20% random chance to be affected by the shards. Okay, so... brother, this is... I see. Okay, hold on. At the end of the next round, it explodes. So I'm going to say it's a 20-foot radius. Okay, I have to try to fit everything in this part right here. Special equipment. Special equipment. 20-foot radius. 20-foot radius. Okay, a 20-foot radius. Boom. Okay, we go like this. 20-foot radius. Cobalt, plant a pot that explodes. At the end of the next round, it explodes. That would technically just be initiative count 1 again. Initiative count 1. Not breathing, I'm holding my breath, I'm dying. Okay. DC. What's the DC? DC 15. Okay, DC 15. Dex. Save or 2d8 fire damage. Now I have to say there's a radius. This is a radius within a radius, so that's already very complicated and not what 5e is built for. Within 50 feet of the... God, how the fuck do I word this? Within 50 feet, I'm holding my breath, I'm dying. I am dying, I'm dying. Within 50 feet. This is chaotic, this is chaotic energy, DM Dungeon Mastery today. Oh no, I say when we're done. Within 50... Do I just say within 50 feet of the radius? Does that sound right? Oh my god. Radius... Within 50 feet of the 20-foot radius. A 50-foot radius within the 20-foot radius. What the fuck, dude? How do I word this? How about I just say 50, 60, 70? So we're going to say this is a 70-foot radius. It's a 70-foot radius. DC 15 dex save. Never mind, I don't know how to word that. Never mind, I don't know how to word that either. I was going to say if you're within 20 feet of the... I have to say like you're within 20 feet of the epicenter. Secondary effect has radius 50 feet. Trying to think how, if Wizards of the Coast wrote this, how would they word this? Shocks him back to life with lightning. My back has cracked every time I've done that. I'm sitting on my knees right now also. If I had a tie, I would like take it off and unbutton my shirt so it'd look like I mean business. Oh my goodness gracious, my shoulders are killing me. Okay. Channel my inner avatar, my inner dungeon mastery. 2d8 fire damage. Creatures within 50 feet of the explosion. We're just gonna say that. 50 feet of the explosion. Roll D100 on a 20 or less, they take 1d4 piercing from shrapnel? Question mark. Okay. We're running out of room again. We only have one more ability. I think I know how to word this next one, though. Because this is just a retreating ability, so... This can actually just, like, let the kobold move or something to just simplify it instead of doing the other thing. Let me see. Call retreat. Call retreat. Alright, let me see here. We can even just say the kobolds move up. Let me see. The horde moves up to its speed. Should they provoke opportunity attacks? Oh my god, did I do it? Is this a victory screech moment or what? That's a horde of kobolds. I could even add in for legendary cowardness, it must use... It must use the call retreat legendary action if frightened. Can I move something around so I can condense the stat block at all? Let's see. Nope. Everything I do is just going to have a big open gaping hole at the bottom. Okay, chat. On a scale of 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10. I think I did good, but I don't know. Compared to... It's definitely less wordy. It's slightly more organized. It's not as, like, esoteric in its rulings, I would say. Oh, I'm missing a dexterity saving throw proficiency also. We'll give him a dexterity saving throw proficiency. Kinda done too. I think I did it. Kinda. mayhaps I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna send it. I like the word esoteric. It is very esoteric. The way you write your stat block, I would say it's very first edition coded. That's like the best way I could describe it. It's like very like how I would imagine Gary Gygax would make his stuff. Now you can also feel free to toss whatever I just made into the trash if you're like, this is garbage, I'm never going to use this. But it's a DM Dungeon Mastery-ified version of your stat block. Now also, because this will only take me a couple seconds to do this, if I do this, also, if you want to do the individual kobolds, all you have to do... I have so many fucking stat blocks on my computer now. Jesus Christ. Let me see here. Gnolls, fighters, runt. This rule right here will save you all the time in the world. Instead of making a humongous stat block, I think Jay went for making multiple different stat blocks, so his idea actually might work a little better than mine. Oh, it's the cat making that noise. I was like, what the hell? It's cold in here, Luna. If the kobold takes damage from an attack or failed save, I'm just going to say it dies. It dies. Period. Now, this will just be a... this will be a... You can't come up here, I'm streaming right now. This would be a motherfucking, what's it called? A template for you that has the minion roll on it. So it kind of cuts out, what the cat doing? She randomly decides that she wants attention after she was sleeping on my bed. Oh, you can see her in the, I wonder if you can see her the whole stream. She's sleeping over here on the bed. What the cat doing? What the cat doing? What the cat doing? Can't come up here. Don't try to jump up here. I'm trying to dissuade you from crashing me right now. Also, please don't lean on my leather chair, please. It's not really leather, it's like pleather. Found a cat. Don't eat my headset cord. Okay. So I think that might be it for today. I don't think I can mentally make another stat block. Also, we've been streaming for like 3 hours. I think that's a fair amount of time. 4 hours, actually. I think it's a fair amount of time when you say. I went through a lot of your stat blocks. What is everybody else doing? You guys just listening to me talk the whole time? Yeah, I did it. I'm curious to see what you did. If you send it to me, I'll put it on the stream. We'll look at it. Curious to see your take. Did you make multiple stat blocks and just made them into minions? Do you mind to showcase it, Dungeon Lord J? I think unfortunately how I record myself did it on Roll20, so you got a screenshot. Unfortunately how I record myself, I don't think I'll be able to pick Discord up. Actually, I would be able to. I'd have to change settings though. Fucking hell. I don't know how to fucking do that. It'd have to be like audio capture or something, because I'm doing everything on OBS. Got my groan bugoid for the next audit. I'm curious to see it. I hope he gave it like 8 multi-attacks. Could like attack 8 times. Uh-oh, we got a sea serpent. News just in, we got a sea serpent. Let's see what our friend did with the sea serpent here. Is this some kind of sick joke? No, I'm just kidding. A sea serpent. What am I looking at here? What am I looking at here? Okay, wait. Let me look at the multi-attack. Hold on a second. I might have a breakthrough here. The Sea Serpent makes 3 attacks. Guys, he's actually going to kill his party. He makes 3 attacks, 2 with its ripping hooks, 1 with its jaws of death, or 4 Hydro Spears. Okay. Hydro Spears. Ripping hooks, jaws of death. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're copying August. You're trying to get brownie points with me because you're naming your stuff. No. I see what's going on here. Jay, another idea. If you start a live stream, not tonight, but if you do a live stream, I'll have to come be in your chat while you go over yours. And that would be fun. Or you should do a viewer stat block audit. That would be pretty funny to watch. I'll submit one of my own to you, and then you can roast mine. Haha, maybe. So kawaii, DM Dungeon Mastery. So kawaii. Just kidding, lol. What's going on here? What's this? He does 11,027 damage. Did you say anything about the breath attack pushing players? I think I did. I said that the this right here, you still didn't fix it from what I can see. Not shitting on you, not saying that to be a dick, but you have to set a width right now, because this doesn't have a width to it. Damage should be higher, TBH. 11,027 damage. Yeah, it makes 4 attacks. They should be fine. 50 mil at least. My red splatter theory is so back. Right here, also, this right here. Did you load the one that I sent to you? Because I did change this on the one that I sent to you, I thought. Maybe I did it on accident. Uh-oh, stinky. I think I feel myself getting sick. Whiff? What does that mean, sir? Is that a racially charged insult towards me because I'm white? Are you calling me a whiff? A white highlighted infidel motherfucker, fuckface. Is that what that means? I never received anything from you. I thought I sent something to you. Oh, I guess I fucking didn't. Well, fuck me sideways, eh? Where is it? I think it's this one, maybe? I don't know if it's that one, don't trust me. You said it has no whiff. I DM'd you. Uh-oh. Holy shnikes. Okay, I see what you did here. Okay, maybe this will be the grand finale of the stream, unless you want to save it and you do it on your stream. I don't want it to steal your thunder. Oh my lord. Paylor, smite me. Wouldn't be able to add an audio channel in OBS. Let me see. Let me see here. How the fuck do I do this? You're asking a lot of a boomer right now. Okay, boomer. Let's see. Audio output capture, I think it would be. And then I would have to select Discord, if I'm not mistaken. No. No, wait a minute. Oh. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I can do that. Wait, audio. That'd be audio output capture. And then I would use... But this is gonna sound double for you guys, I think, in a second. You're probably gonna hear the music overlapping on itself. Hold on. You guys can still hear me, right? Should still be able to... Real whiff energy there, huh? Serpent 2, Electric Boogaloo. Okay. Hold on, let me try to get into a Discord call here. Breaking news, we're having another guest on the stream for the first time in ever. Let's see if it works. I need a private channel that none of you plebs can bother me in for a moment. The Void. I gotta make this a private channel that only I can be in. Skip. That shouldn't let everybody join. Let me see. Invite people. Let me see if this works. Alright, I'm sending you an invite. This is the first for me because I don't know if this is going to work or not. I'm going to have to also change this to my... This to that. There we go. Pog, he says. Archivist, did you submit a stat block? You didn't submit a stat block, did you? Good call, actually. Nearly might come in and say... Yeah, he might, actually. Oh, it won't let you in. It's probably because you don't have permissions. Hold on. What the fucking hell? Edit channel. Permissions. Add members. Just literally manually add you. Boom. Okay. Now, let me try to send that again. Oh, there we go.
I think, hello, I'm in.
Okay, you're in, yes. But can the stream hear you? Can you hear yourself on stream? Dungeon Lord J is a friend of the channel. You guys should go sub to his YouTube channel because he's pretty pog.
Hello.
He's pretty based.
I'm here.
Can you?
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Right? Oh,
yeah,
okay,
you're good.
I feel so attacked.
Yeah,
You can hear everything. And how do you guys know? Sorry. Okay, they hear you.
Thanks for having me on the stream. I've been watching the whole time. It's very exciting.
I honestly appreciate you watching the whole time. That's pretty based.
Absolutely. So I kind of missed how you went over your stat block. So if you want to give me the cliff notes.
Sure. So let me load that up again. What did I do with that? Okay. So I pretty much, you'll have to watch the stream and it'll probably be delayed.
I got you.
But so I pretty much did what I do with my horde stat blocks. Now because there's so many special traits, it inflates the stat block a little bit.
Yeah.
So I tried to take the traits that he gave to me with the free Cobalt, condense them as much as I could, and then I did what I did. I sent this to you the other day. It was the null horde stat block that I made.
Yeah.
So I essentially did that same format. So they can make 4 attacks with their spears or their slings or their crossbows in any combination, and it's just a lot of front-loaded damage against one creature. And then they also have the horde actions, which is actions they can use whenever you're within.
I see.
Space.
So you put a cooldown on the crossbow. That's interesting.
I did, because that's
because of the 2 kobold.
Yes, that was the
attack
closest thing I could think of that would simplify it.
I got you. This is really interesting.
I couldn't think of another way to simplify it other than that.
No, dude, we have like different tactics on how we tackled it. This is really exciting.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how you did yours. And then I just did like my classic pack tactics thing. Poke with many twigs. It's just describing a bunch of kobolds stabbing. You have to make a dex save. When the horde gets to bloodied, the DC comes down and the damage comes down. It's still pretty dangerous. It's supposed to be a lower level horde from what it seems like. They have the vulnerabilities of area of effect because it's supposed to represent a bunch of creatures smushed in.
Bunch of them.
I've never done legendary actions on a horde, so that was a first. And also these legendary actions...
You put a recharge on it.
I did.
That's
these
cool.
all have a recharge.
You choose one and then you put a recharge
yes,
on it.
Essentially.
That might be a more effective way to tackle it than how I did.
It's an interesting... I haven't seen anybody ever do that before. That's just something I recently started toying with. I'm always like tinkering and changing with how stat blocks are in 5e, so it's a little weird.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then I did with the legendary actions. These are essentially just like extra weapon attacks. So I tried to keep them as condensed as possible while just saying the necessary information. And I managed to fit everything on there. The Queen's Honeypot one, that was the one that confused me the most because of the divisible...
Yeah, me too. I have my things about it as well.
The divisible rolls for me just felt like very Gary Gygaxian level, like...
No, I was listening in, right? So every time you had said that, I was like, oh my god, that's so Thaco.
It's so Thaco.
Right? Like,
it's so Thaco.
Yeah.
But it works. It's just a very esoteric way of doing it.
For sure.
Interesting. Pretty much everything else is
so you got it for,
and I basically
you just like 1-for-1'd it pretty much.
Somewhat. I simplified it and I made it to an actual horde stat block. So it's essentially just a swarm, but with medium-sized creatures. Basically, is what it is. You went with individual stat blocks. I could see.
I did.
Which one do you want to start with first?
Do the warrior first because he's the base guy.
Okay, so this is what we got here. You guys better be paying attention, or I'm gonna ban every single one of you.
So the way that I tackled this is I made 3 separate kobold stat blocks, and each one of them are minions, and they all share a certain amount of traits. So I wrote in the actual way that minions work, even though I didn't have to. But this is just to simplify it if I was going to send it to Abyss to run it. But essentially how it works is if they take any amount of damage, they're dead. And if you make a melee attack against one of them. So they're separate entities, right? They're all different. So you layer them however you want, right? And if you attack one and you do enough damage to supersede their 4 hit points, so if you do 8 damage, you can kill 2 of them with 1 strike. If they're within 5 foot of each other, it's called over damage or something like that. Overkill is what it's called. And then the main thing for these warriors, and the thing that's kind of what I based a lot of this around, is the group attack thing. So whenever there is one to two or two or more kobolds within the same area, they can join in on an attack. Right? So you only make one attack roll, and the damage is based on, or other effects, is based on how many kobolds joined the attack. Right? So the way that the stat block originally was formatted, it made me think that they were viewing the tribe as one entity, and there was different sections of the tribe. But the way that I design stat blocks is I like come up with, if they're all kobolds, there's going to be a kobold that specializes in this, and there's going to be a kobold that specializes in this and this. So these are the warrior kobolds, right? So they have their attacks. You can pick which one you want. So we'll say half of them over here and this side of the map, those are ranged attack ones, right? Those are the pebble ones. Or these guys, these are the twig ones. But the most important thing is at the bottom, and it's actually cut off. But they have 2 traits, or 3 traits that make them these free tribe kobolds, right? The legendary fear thing is what's cut off, but the ground springs to life.
Okay, that's what I was wondering why I couldn't scroll.
Yeah, my screenshot's cut off. I'm sorry, I couldn't fit it all. So the ground springs to life ability, the sunlight sensitivity, and the legendary fear. So the way that I did the legendary fear, which I'm pretty pumped about, is it is a reaction, and whenever the kobold is targeted by an attack, makes a saving throw, or an ally within 5 feet dies, the kobold needs to make the wisdom save or use its reaction to move as far away from the trigger as possible. So that's how I symbolize their legendary fears. It's a reaction, and they have to run.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
And there's just 3 triggers. Instead of like all those other triggers, I just kind of picked the ones that seemed the most effective. Yeah, important, right. So, and then the ground springs to life. I just gave them expertise and stealth and advantage on stealth checks. Just to sort of simplify and symbolize what the DM, or what Abyss was going for.
Okay.
So all of the kobolds have that. They have the legendary fear, the ground springs to life, and then like sunlight sensitivity, like normal kobolds.
I was actually thinking about doing that, just simplifying it and just giving them expertise and stealth and stuff too.
Right. That seemed an advantage. It just seemed like the easiest way to go.
Because technically, rules is written, whenever something makes a perception check, they roll a stealth check to beat the perception check.
Right.
So that would actually help them out, I think.
So for my warriors, just real quick, when the actions, when they are surrounding a character, right? So let's say we're doing the melee guys. Poke with sticks. However many kobolds are surrounding that person, the to hit roll goes up by however many kobolds there are, and the damage goes up by however many kobolds there are.
Flat
so if there's but it'll go up per number, right? So if there's 3 kobolds there, it'll be 3 damage, and the attack roll will be 5 to hit, right? 3, 4, 5. You add +1 for every kobold. That's extra. And the same thing goes with the ranged attacks, right? They all target one guy, so they join in. So you can have 10 kobolds that are all ranged, and 3 of them attack this person, and 3 of them attack this person, and 3 of them attack this person, but it's all one roll. And it's all static damage. You don't have to roll for damage. It's static.
So that 3 would stack, so it'd be 3, 6, 9.
6, okay, right, but it requires at least 2 kobolds. That's how I wrote it.
That's a good idea.
You see what I'm saying? You can't use the crossbow unless there's 2 kobolds.
It's like almost they're working with like a siege weapon because they're so small.
It's a siege weapon. That's exactly how I imagined it.
That's very cool. I like how you did that.
Yeah, so it's like a siege weapon now. Exactly. They're back row, right? And they do more damage.
That's cool.
And I made the net. I used this mechanic a couple of times, but the net, you could put it on anybody, any of my guys, but I felt like it worked best on the warriors. So you could have net kobolds, but the DC for the check is 9 plus the number of kobolds who joined. So So if there's 2 kobolds that throw the net, the DC is higher.
Okay, I like that. That's cool. Yeah, I like that.
All right, so
I've never actually implemented all of the other minion rules. I've only ever just done like the minion damage.
The 1 hit point thing? Yeah.
But I actually do kind of like the... now that only counts for minions specifically. They get the +1 damage. So it wouldn't count if there's like a, an ogre or something nearby.
Correct.
That's cool. Yeah, I might
so you have to like share the group attack with the other stat block, right?
Okay, yeah. That's interesting. And it has to be this stat block specifically.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Correct.
I like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So then I made, let's go to the Trickster. Okay. He's got the next half of the stats.
All right. You can actually see this one completely on my stream. So
yeah, I got all of this one.
Unless my chat just randomly says they're blind and they can't see it. If you say you can't see it, I'm banning you. No, I'm just kidding. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so for my Tricksters, they're still minions. I deleted the stuff off of it, but they're still minions, and they still have the Legendary Fear. They're exactly the same base stats, right? But these guys are the Tricksters. So they can do the Queen's Honey attack, the Grease attack, and the Pilfer attack, or the Pilfer thing, right? So, like I said, I broke up the stat block into different guys that all act.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's honestly, I think Abyss, you should probably do it like this. Because that way, it's a lot less, like, not painful on the eyes, but it's a lot less to, like, absorb at a glance, basically.
So, for the, let's just go ahead and do actions real quick. The Queen's Honey, it's an attack roll, but it's a group attack. So I imagine it's just a big-ass honeypot. And the more kobolds that join in, like, the better it is.
Now, does that only go up by 1, or does that go up by +3 to the attack?
It goes up by 1 for every kobold that's helping.
Okay, so every free tribe trickster kobold that's attacking, it goes up by 1 for this.
Yes, if they're all choosing to do the Queen's Honey together.
Okay, I see.
So that's only going to increase the attack roll because I couldn't find a way. This one was tricky. Obviously, you struggled with it as well.
Yes.
So this is the best that I could do. They throw the pot. On the hit, the target just automatically has the poison condition until it uses its action to scrape off the coating. The condition ends if they wash it off, basically. The poison condition is much simpler in my mind to emulate the odd or even attack roll thing, and I think Abyss was pretty, like, that's really what they wanted, but that's just not how I would run it. So I just kind of made, it was tricky for me. I was done trying to figure it out, so this is
like the 5e version of what that would have been if it was translated from, like, how Abyss would do it.
Right.
Which is...
Right, because the ants are biting on them. I mean, it could have just been, like, a disadvantage on all attack rolls and stuff, but the poison condition just cleans it up so much. Because really, I would imagine it more like the bugs are biting you, so you have disadvantage on your attack rolls and saving throws or whatever, right? And then you action to scrape it off. Easy peasy. Good enough for me. The Smear the Grease, I use the same mechanic where the number of kobolds that help smear the grease, the DC for falling prone increases.
Okay. Yeah, this is actually pretty dangerous. If you have like 30 individual kobolds, they could make like 300 feet worth of...
Exactly. So I'm imagining it more being like the warriors are the bulk, and then these other guys are specialized. Like the tricksters are specialized. The last ability that the tricksters have is Pilfer. It's a they have a bonus action to to attempt to steal, basically.
Yeah, and that's...
It's literally, I basically copy pasted the fucking ability.
Yeah, and that's fine.
It's just, they get to, if there's a creature within 5 feet of them as a bonus action, they can try to steal from them, and if they don't make a stealth check, the person has to notice them.
Yep. I agree with that.
That's kind of how
I was gonna add that to I forgot to add that, to be honest. I was gonna add that to one of my horde actions as part of the horde action.
That they can like also do that.
So like they're stabbing at you, and while you're like trying to block all the spears, they're just reaching into your pockets and taking stuff. But that
is excellent.
Yeah, I was gonna add that. I should probably add that before I I'll just send another one.
Okay, so
All right.
that is my trickster. Obviously the name is like whatever. That's just the best I can do.
Sense.
But the last one is the maniac.
Okay. Let's see. This one here. Where should we start? Where do you want to start on this one?
So they have the same core abilities, right? The legendary fear, the ground springs of life, sunlight sensitivity. Now these ones don't have shared attacks.
Okay.
They are just minions where if you hit them once, they're dead. And I tried to figure out how to manage the pot of unpleasantries, and the other pot, the exploding pot.
Yeah.
If I was going to run this encounter, I would just have a limited number of pots that the kobold have access to, because that's kind of like a engaging with their environment thing. That's an equipment thing, right? Yeah. But I just gave them like a 2 per day thing, and there's, like I said, not as many of them as there are warriors of these guys. And so they don't have group attacks, so they can't help each other with this one. But the kobold, for the unpleasantries, plants a pot in a space that it can see, and a 20-foot radius. Oh, I think I forgot to mention that. Oh, I did. Fuck. I got so busy. It was right. This is the last one I did.
It's all good.
So I wanted to write it where... Oh, no. This is it. So as soon as he plants it, it explodes, right? But not until after he moves away. And I'll explain that when we get to the bonus action. I need to rewrite that rule a little bit. I don't like how it ended up. But basically, as soon as he sets it into space, it explodes. Toxic gas, heavily obscured. That was, like, they wrote that, but didn't write the correct heavily obscured. Yeah. Con save, poison condition. I made it last for a minute. You are a madman for making that last till a long rest or a short rest or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty mean.
An absolute madman. That is brutal, especially if there's a bunch of these guys.
Well, yeah, with yours, because they could like spread out and place these wherever.
Dude.
But with mine, they're kind of locked into like the horde. They move as a group.
Right.
Yours is like, okay, there's 4 of these guys, so they could do this 4 different times.
Yeah, it would be brutal. So I didn't make the poison last forever, but it's the more damaging poison where you have to keep trying to save against it. Yeah, that's pretty standard cloud stuff. The next one, the little thing's big trouble. Plants it, ignites a pot of black powder. It immediately explodes. Each creature within 20 feet of the pot takes the damage. Half as much on a success, and then you tried to work in that shrapnel, and I could not figure it out.
I think
you
I
were
got
like
it at the end.
From 20 feet of 50 feet from the 20 feet. Yeah, so I just ended up taking the deafened condition as like
works.
A penalty for being within 50 feet of it.
Yep, I think that works too.
So the main tactic of this guy is the bonus action hit and run.
This one right here.
And I need to add in some more wording, better wording for it. But how they operate is they don't provoke opportunity attacks when they move out of enemy reach, and they can take the dash action as a bonus action. Right? So how they work is, and what I needed to add to this is their pot of explosive doesn't go off until they are within or like out of range. Right? So that's their thing, is they can like move into range, plant the shit, and then run. And once they are out of range, it'll explode.
Right. So it's like the fuse going down, essentially, is what it represents.
It's like the fuse, yes. So I can work that out a little better. But basically, like, the pots don't explode until they are out of range. And that's how they can use their hit and run, right? They move in, they can move out without provoking opportunity attacks, and then bonus action dash, right? So it's 30 feet in, plant, 30 feet out.
Yes. Very cool. I like that. I think yours is probably better for like the what he was going for. I think
that's kind of what I tried to do, is like try to visualize how the stat block was supposed to be, like what they were going for when it was made, so that I could break it up. And there was one last ability that was like when somebody whistles, they can all use their fear, right? So what I would do for that is I would make one stat block. I'd like have one creature, and he's just an ordinary Cobalt stat block, right? But he's the Cobalt boss, and he has that ability, right? Where it's just like he can whistle as a bonus action or something. They all fucking go nuts.
The only way I tried to represent that was I just said that, you know, they as the legendary action, because he had it as a legendary action, I just said that they can move up to their speed. So like call retreat, they move up to their speed as a legendary action. And then
no, that makes perfect sense.
With legendary cowardice, it kind of plays in with that, but I think definitely it's probably better and easier to just do, you know, minion stat blocks. For me...
Yeah, because I would just use, like, a regular Cobalt as the boss. I think that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like they're all minions except this one who's still, like, a CR 1/8 monster.
Right, yeah. I agree with you. I like how you did yours. I think yours is really fun. For me, when I do hordes specifically, like, I probably wouldn't make a horde like this. I would make it probably a little more simplistic. The whole
focus.
The whole point of a horde when I make one is it's just a very easy way to represent a very large group of creatures, so that the players feel like they're, oh yeah, we're literally like running and cleaving into, like, you know,
a massive group.
And it's just like the attacks are super simple. It's like everything's just a lot of front-loaded damage, you know.
Yeah, it's more like a swarm.
Yeah, it's essentially it's just a swarm, but they're not like a bunch of insects. And they could do probably a little bit more damage. I actually want to try to do a insect swarm stat block. I was talking about it earlier a little bit. I looked through 4E's stuff a lot because I think they had a lot of really good ideas. I never played 4E, and I heard like everybody hates 4E, but I never got to play it, so I don't know. But the swarm stat blocks in 4E just have, I think they call it swarm attack, and it's just if you start your turn in the radius, you take damage. And I kind of like that, because with little insects, like, you're not going to stop a swarm of hornets from getting into your plate armor. Like, you just can't stop them. They're going to find little kinks and cracks and get in there, unless you have like a...
That is my big issue with swarms, is that I feel like it should be more of like a save. We kind of talked about this before, but that should be more of a save.
Maybe we should do like a swarm stat block instead of what I was asking you to make before. And like just see how
that's
we
cool.
come up
We can
with
do that too.
Just like a swarm of insects or something. We just try to pick a couple swarms.
Obviously, I could do it.
Yeah. I think that would be pretty fun, and then we can make like a video together for it or something.
Absolutely. That sounds great. I want to say the way that your hordes work is it to me it feels like a group of monsters that are big, and they all kind of do the same thing. It's broken into chunks, right? Where there's like a chunk of them that do range and a chunk of them that, but it's all very simplistic. What this stat block that we were given was demanding was a lot of different moving pieces.
Yes. And it doesn't really work very well for something like this.
I mean, you fucking did it.
Well, I tried my best. With mine, what I usually try to do is I try to just like, I don't see it as like there's archers in the back and warriors in the front. I see it as like that's just the equipment that these creatures have, and at any time they like some of them could pull out bows and like shoot you while you're running, because like gnolls normally carry long bows and then a weapon of some sort. So it just lets them, you know, he's running. They shoot you in the leg, and then they run over and maul you to death. I did one for like Neanderthals and stuff too. That was a pretty fun one.
Yeah, I saw it earlier. I've been watching the stream.
Oh yeah. Listen, I have ADHD. I forget what I say half the time. Everything that comes out of my mouth, I forget about it after like 4 seconds.
That is what it is. I'm kind of the same way.
Hell yeah. Well, you understand me though.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
I just wanted to show off. I'll leave you to it, man. I just wanted to, share what I've been working on.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it for sure. I think Abyss appreciates it.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you having me on, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, real quick, shout out. I have Dungeon Lord J. Don't close out of the stream. Just open another tab. Dungeon Lord J. 3 separate.
Here, I'll try to get a link and just post your YouTube channel.
That would be great. Come give me a subscribe.
Yes. He's a very cool dude. He's very cool. You've seen it right there.
Appreciate it.
He just blew me out of the water with his stat blocks.
No, you were jumping through hoops. Okay, I had a very simple job.
YouTube channel.
I had a very simple. I had it easy.
Yeah, you went with the path of least resistance. I did the.
I did.
What's the guy's name that pushes the boulder up the hill?
Oh yes.
That's
what is his name?
I went, no, I have to. Can we ban him for showing it off?
No.
Your YouTube's just Dungeon Lord J, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't your name of your campaign, which is Descent.
No, because I do other stuff too. I got some DM advice videos.
Yeah. Yeah, go sub to this guy.
Thanks.
He's doing grade A networking right now.
I love it. No, I just love the hobby, man. I wasn't doing anything. It gave me something to keep my mind busy.
For sure, I like.
It was fun. I had fun.
Stream. It's fun to like talk to you guys.
It was fun to try to, like you said, translate.
Yes.
It was like translating. You know, it was fun. I had fun doing it, so I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, yeah, man. Thanks. Anytime I stream. I don't know.
All right. Well, I'll let you know.
All right, man.
I'll be there.
All right. Hell yeah.
All right. I'll catch you later.
Peace
Thank you
out,
so
man.
much.
Thank you.
Bye, chat.
Well, I think for DM Dungeon Mastery, he's gonna call it a night because
it's a little bit problematic to continue streaming after I've been streaming for 4 hours. Actually, it's a little problematic that you guys think I should keep streaming right now. I'm gonna have to throw up the X because you are actually triggering me.
I think that will do it. Abyss, you should add Dungeon Lord J on Discord so he can send you his stat blocks also, or at least send him a DM or something. What's your grades? Well, it's it's a grade for sure. Oh boy, what time is it? Oh, I think it's time for me to go to bed. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so do you want me to just be brutally honest, or do you want me to like do the nice DM Dungeon Mastery, like pick out the positives? Well, it's not an F. I wouldn't say it's an F because you put a lot of effort into it. An F stat block would be like you just take a basic D&D 5e stat block, you change like one thing about it. That would be like an F. Yeah, I would say D- only because it is the stat block is like messy. That's like the best way to say it. But if you're not making these for other people, like if you're not making stuff for like Patreon, or you're not making these for other dungeon masters to see it, you could make every stat block like this and nobody's gonna judge you, nobody's gonna say anything to you because you're not making these to present these to other people. This was just like, gave me the opportunity to show it on stream, so I did. I see what you were doing. It was just more so like you haven't seen like minion stat blocks before, and you tried to do something without the knowledge of like what a minion stat block is, which is perfectly fine. I've done it before. I've made, like I showed you, I think my Storm Giant stat block was probably twice as long as your Cobalt stat block, so I've made some pretty messy stat blocks before. I think it just comes down to figure out what is necessary, and as bad as it hurts to cut out things like, as a legacy of a long-lost war, tribes of kobolds still tell stories of hate and practice rituals that encourage the murder of gnomes. That's very cool lore, but put that on like a file next to the stat block, like I was showing you earlier, like for the Banshee, like where I just read that gnome thing. I would put that like in the flavor text up here that tells you the lore about your kobolds, if you ever decide you want to make your kobolds into like a book. But that's obviously, don't stop making stat blocks just because of my opinion. My opinion doesn't mean shit. I'm just some fucking guy that makes stat blocks on YouTube for very little money and views. And I stream to like 8 of you guys, maybe 9 if I'm lucky sometimes, and I just have fun doing it. You do it for fun. It's a hobby. It's not a competition. Now the Santa stat block, if yours was like the Santa stat block, I would have to give you an F because it's going overboard. But yeah, I've made some fucking stat blocks that are too long too. Like we can tear into my Storm Giant stat block if it'll make you feel better if you hate me because I gave your stat block a low grade. Like we could just talk about like why what I did is wrong. Like I have literal paragraphs for every single action, and that is just a giant no-no for making stat blocks. I need to come back in and do another giant rework. That's actually what I want to do. But I know I did so many giants back to back when I first started YouTube that I didn't want to go back to them. I wouldn't try to improve if I was already perfect. Good way to say it. You said it better than I could. Please don't forget Abernathy. No, he's been sent to the dungeon. He doesn't get extra stream time. Alright, send it over. Send it over. I'll look at it. I almost got away too if it wasn't for you meddling kids. And your stupid dog too. Alright, let's see your sea monster V5. Let's see if you gave the 100-foot line a range this time. Alright. I turned the music off. Let me hold on a second. I gotta figure out. Dun, 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 dun. How do I do this? I changed something so that we could hear Jay, but if I play music now, it'll double layer it. Okay, right there. That should stop so it doesn't double layer it. Let me guys know if you hear echoing so I can fix it. We got a fan ASMR. We got fan ASMR on DM Dungeon Mastery before GTA 6. Fan ASMR. Can you actually hear my fan in the background? Is that what you're talking about? It's actually incredibly cold in here right now. What am I loading? You can hear it. Oh no. I failed. It's because my gain is boosted so high. Because, Nearly Righteous Lad kept saying he couldn't hear me one day, but I think he was actually just drunk, and that's why he couldn't hear me. Okay. Wait, here we go. He's on a second round of grading. So let's see here. Let's check and see what he's done. You know I had to do it to him. Alright, so he get ripping hooks now. Because he's trying to get brownie points because he knows I like the RPG style names for attacks. Okay, so he did 4d10 now. Now, Mr. Abernathy, I would like you to explain to us how you're going to run this combat encounter. -2 points for sucking up. How you're going to explain this combat encounter. How you're going to run this combat encounter, not how you're going to explain it. Explain to us how you're going to run this combat encounter for your players. Because now it seems like you're having a change of heart, but now I'm curious as to how you're going to run this against level 3 players. Alright, that's enough. You don't have enough time. You can't afford to explain it. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, jet stream breath. Let's see. Oh my god, guys, he did it. He actually did it. He gave it a whiff. Everybody put clap emojis. He did it. Each creature in that line has to make a DC 18 dex save. On a failure, the creature receives. The creature takes, not receives. They take 2d8. You know why we say take instead of receive? Because it's less letters. They take 8d6 bludgeoning damage and is pushed to the end. It should be and are pushed to the end of the line until stopped by an obstacle. If the creature succeeds, they receive half damage and are not pushed back. They take half damage. They take half damage. I'm the only D&D YouTuber that reviews stat blocks. My voice is probably... This is a DM Dungeon Mastery ASMR session where we're going to be reviewing the stat block. And basically, we have Roar of the Deep special action with underscore lines next to it. Because little does Abernathy's Shield Mage know is this website doesn't support italicizing titles because they're already italicized. Less letters is not very 5-column Giga Chat energy. I seen August was typing in here, but Dungeon Lord J was talking, so I didn't want to talk over him, but I did want to say yes, I am still going. The ASMR roasting is pretty funny. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week when I decide to upload my next video. My next video probably has to be my Necromancer combat video, but I've been procrastinating and not recording it because I have to do voices and talk to myself for like 40 minutes. So I might actually just, my next upload will actually end up just being my life domain cleric stat blocks. Pog Omega Law, get wrecked, kid. Okay, so you're going with the collar idea, so they have to just break the collar. Alright, so these look good, these look good. Innate magic attack. Piercing damage. Okay, you know what I like to see? This is what I like to see right here. Abbreviating the word damage to DMG. I like to see that. I like to see size category specifications. I like to see that. I like to see that you're using my own conditions. That's pretty based. What else here? What else here? I like to see this. This is good. We like this. This is very based. Plus 2 points for abbreviation. Okay, let me look at everything else here. Nothing else changed, right? On a 13 to 15, the creature becomes frightened. I'm laughing because you're freaking out. On a 1 to 9, the creature takes 48 thunder damage and becomes frightened and staggered. Staggered is pretty fucking nasty, so that's pretty based. Upon a successful save, the creature is unaffected. And like I said before, let me move this away from my mouth so I don't blow your speakers out. Like I said before, what did I say before, guys? I don't remember. Okay, I remember. Like I said before, I had to make a wisdom save to remember what I was talking about. I just lost it again. I failed my wisdom save. Oh yes, if you wanted to simplify this, you could just say, if the save fails, why the fuck? If the save fails by 5 or more, and then just say that, and then add all the other shit on top of it. Does it need another bonus action for when it uses a special action? Devour. Grapple a creature using its Jaws of Death. Okay, you did name that aptly, Jaws of Death. That's very keyword coded. I like to see it. I can use a bonus action to attempt to swallow the creature. Okay, we don't like to see this. You know why we don't like to see this? Because this is taking up needless space. And you already know that it's a bonus action because it's under the bonus actions section. Does that make sense? It's just a way to save words, basically. Now, what you can say is trigger sea serpent. kills a creature with its Jaws of Death. That makes sense, Captain, Master, Sir. Thank you, soldier. Thank you for paying attention. Okay, while they're swallowed, they're blinded, retained, suffocating. They take 6d4 acid damage. You know what would be even more based is if they were reduced to 0 hit points in the acid, they lose, like, one of their limbs gets absolutely, like, mangled. That would be pretty base, but that's a little mean. I don't think you're ready for that yet, young Padawan, but there's a table here. Okay? And this table is a beautiful thing for D&D 5e, okay? Because this makes D&D 5e very OSR coded. And I'm trying to talk to you guys as if you're Gen Z kids. So basically what you can do is you can look at these acid lingering injuries and you can try to take some ideas from this and like try to implement it into, like, if you get reduced to 0 hit points, and then you can keep the disadvantage on death saves. Wait, what is that? I want that. I'll send you a link to it. It's pretty based. It's a lingering injury table for every single damage type in D&D 5e. So whenever you are reduced to 0 hit points, you roll on this lingering injury table based on whatever damage dropped you to 0. Yes, I will DM this to you guys. It's a very good tool. I use it in my D&D 5e games whenever I run D&D 5e. And it's like, I've used this for so long, it literally feels like it's just part of the base game now. I forget that, like, this is homebrew stuff. Actually, it's acidic, not based. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, this is a very good chart for all damage types. They even have stuff that's like not in D&D. I think they have like I thought they had like ballistic or something like that. Basically, if you're looking for ways to deglove somebody's head meat, let me type that out so you know what I just said. Deglove. Deglove someone's head meat. This is a good table for that. I know that's just an absolutely diabolical string of words. That's my favorite saying I've ever created. That's OG content. You can't steal that. That's copyrighted. Deglove is such a funny term. It might be like deglove or something. I don't know. But yeah, I would consider... for like something like this, I really like adding an exclamation point onto, like, when shit is bad, it's going really bad. So, like, the wizard gets swallowed by this thing. Okay, he goes to 0 hit points in the acid, and then, like, you know, he rolls on that acid lingering injury table, and then his hand gets disintegrated by the acid or something. That's pretty cool. Let's see here. The monster can take 3 legendary actions, choosing from the options below. Only 1 legendary action can be used. Didn't I just do this, but say it mo better? Hold on, let me see. You can probably reword it like this. The sea serpent has 3 legendary actions, and then that'll even save more space on your stat block. You'd change all that stuff to plural wording. Obviously, it would be them. Okay, I don't think you changed anything here, right? If the sea serpent is bloodied. Okay, I do like to see this. I like special bloodied attacks, specifically, because that makes stuff feel more like a boss fight. So I really like that. So I'm going to give you some bonus points for that. But no, it's fine how it is, I suppose. I have to remember that not everybody words everything how I word everything. Okay, so takes 68 bludgeoning damage and is pushed back a max of 50 feet away from the sea serpent unless it's stopped by an obstacle on a successful save. Let's just say on success. The creature takes half damage. Uh-oh. What is that? Is that the word? Is that the full word, damn it? Is that the full word damage up here too? That's not very based of you. That's actually really problematic. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to ding you for that. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. All creatures in range must make a dex save or receive 4d12. Okay. Okay, I like that. I like that. It looks good. I think it looks good now. I think you got it in a functioning state. I think this will pose a very scary threat to your players and make them very terrified. I give your new reiteration, because you made a homebrew creature from scratch and you didn't just copy a WotC stat block, I'll give it a B+. I think there's a couple little, like, like efficiency things can be worked on. Like, you can, trying to cut down on wording takes a while. Like, I know it's, like, annoying, but, like, it really does help. Because, like, let's say you cut out, like, an extra, like, 40 or 50 characters, and you can, like, shrink the stat block. You know, it could go from here to, like, here, and that just, like, visually looks a little better, right? You go from, like, there to there, like that. It's hard to do because there's a lot, and, like, some things just have to be worded a lot. But what I would say is, let me open up a stat block here. I'm gonna have back problems, but I sit like I'm like hunched over. Okay, let me find a spellcaster stat block. What I want you to do, your homework for today, what I want you to do is, because whenever I die, somebody else has to make a YouTube channel that just focuses on stat blocks. It's a dirty job, but somebody has to do it. It's not always going to be me. Okay, we'll look at the Necromancer here. We'll look at the Necromancer Expositor. Now, this is Patreon content, but I did feature these in my video, so... where is it? Okay, so look at how I... You'll take up the mantle. Thank you, Jay. Somebody's got to do it. There's not enough YouTubers that focus on stat blocks specifically, and like these are our player characters in a way. Like we don't get to be a player, but like stat blocks are like our player sheets, and we get to have a variety of whatever we want. Okay, but anyways, what I was saying is, I'm gonna zoom in for this so you can see this better, so we can only focus on what I'm looking at here. For every single ability that you make that is not just like a basic melee attack, look how I format my spells, and this isn't even me tooting my own horn, because like I'm still constantly like trying to change and like get what's it called, like become more efficient with like how things are worded. What I would say is, look how I try to put everything that you need to know in terms of, like, is it a radius? Is it, like, how far away can it be shot from? Like, you could reword... Where is it? I think hold on. Let me load your thing back again. Okay, this thing right here. Jetstream Breath. You can reword this in the same manner that I have, like, this spell, basically. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Or am I confusing you? Because I know I'm all over the place. But, like, put, like, must be in water, comma, then the range, so you would do a 100-foot line. You do a 10-foot wide, 100-foot wide line. So you do 10-foot dash wide, comma, 100-foot line. And then start off immediately after with the saving throw that you have to make. And then just try to say how much damage they take, what happens when they fail. You don't have to say, like, you don't have to say what happens if they succeed, because it would be just assumed that they take no damage. Unless it does have a half damage thing, then you put I put it here, success, semicolon, half damage, resist exhaustion. But like same thing can be for this. You would just put like, I guess I should show you how to do this, huh? You guys are just roping me into streaming longer. It's okay, I forgive you. Okay, take this out, because these don't work in the title area, those don't work. Okay. Wait a minute. That's not what I wanted. Where is it? Jetstream Breath. This is what I wanted. Okay. Special action? We actually don't even need special action. We can just do... This is like some top tier, high level stuff. I need like invisible character. Copy, paste. Copy, copy. Let me see here. Are you winning, son? Are you paying attention, son? That's why we love you. You serve your viewers. Well, you know, what can I say? This actually, you can just say special action. Special action up here. It's a recharge of a 5 or 6. Then you come down here. It's probably a little hard to see, so let me zoom in. Can you see what I'm typing? You should be able to. Alright, here we go. It's kind of fun having, I'm blushing. No, my brother, I'm just pink. It's kind of fun having a smaller community because like I can individually talk to each one of you. Obviously it would be a dream of mine to get as big as like XP to level 3, but it is like there's something that's like really nice about just having like a decently, smaller size community that you can just kind of like interact with. Okay, so what was this called again? Jetstream Breath. Okay, here we go. Jetstream Breath. Alright, so I'm going to read through your thing, and I'm going to try to see everything that I can take out and put up here before we even, the video doesn't stay in HD all the time. Extremely tragic. What the fuck? Okay, that's as big as I can get it without it getting cut off. The video doesn't really stay in HD all the time. I can even send this to you on Discord after I type it, so that's what I'll do. But for those of you who don't have Abernathy Shield Mage Wi-Fi, you can see what I'm typing. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm looking at your stat block, and I'm looking at everything that I need to know before I even use the ability. I want that to be first, so I don't even have to like. Because what wizards will do is they'll hide everything like somewhere else in the sentence, and then that's like really annoying. So you want to try to the best of your ability to put everything at the front, that in terms of like radius, like range, etc., like any special conditions. So your special condition was must be in or near, right? It's in or near a body of water. Must be in or near. So just wait, must be in/near a body of water, comma, and then it's a 10-foot wide, 100-foot long line. And then I think that's everything that we need for that. So this is where we would cap it right there. Alright, let me get all this down out of my way. Alright, so immediately, first thing we need to see when we look at it at a glance, the save that he needs to make. So it's DC 18 Dex save. Whoops. DC 18 Dex save. So instead of saying on a failure, we'll just say or, because that's how Kelsey does it, and then it's 8d6, so DC 18 dex save or 8d6. This is what, bludgeoning damage? Okay, yeah. You know what, I'll just copy what you said down here. Bludgeoning damage, so I don't even have to type it. Bludgeoning damage. and is push. So you are learning some of my lingo. So you are learning. You're becoming one with me. Pushed to the end of the line, and it's pushed until colliding with a solid structure / object. And then that also implies that they'll just keep going until, actually maybe I should say to the end of the line, because it's technically rules as written would say that they just can go 8,000 miles. Is pushed until colliding with a solid structure or object or the end of the line, period. And then you just say success, half damage, resist, or half damage, not pushed. Now, I'm pretty sure I just reduced the wording, and I just made that look like, let me zoom out a little bit. Let's see here. Bing, bong. So it went from that, and if it shrinks, it shrank. Look at that. And it still does the same thing. So I'll send that to you on Discord. Actually, I'll just send you back this, but I'll send this to you just so you can see what I'm talking about, in case you can't see. But that pretty much is saying everything that you were just saying. However, use this, like screenshot this, and look at this. So like anytime you go to make an ability that's not just like an attack, take that and say, okay, this is how DM Dungeon Mastery did it. He put any special like, thank you, Say, any special like specifications, the range, and then immediately after, the saving throw. And I don't think that had a size limit, but if it did, you would just add it. You say DC 18 dex save, or you'd put it before the save. So you would just say large or smaller creatures, DC 18 dex save. And the reason why I do that is because in your games, I don't know if your player characters have like an ogre for an ally or something. And if he's large and him just being immune to that, what makes sense, right? So I always try to take into account size categories. I've been doing that since I've been making stat blocks, but now I could sit here and do that for every one of these, but I really have to go pee really bad. I really want to take a shower, and I really want to take this button-up shirt off because I've had it on for so long. But take that, and I want you to go through everything else on the stat block and try to get it as condensed as that. I just spit out of my mouth. But save stat block, sea serpent, monster, boom, boom. That's how I do spellcaster stat blocks or special abilities. It still says the recharge, tells you it's a special action, so it's not like an attack. I want to see you do that for Roar of the Deep. Oh Lord, I feel like I'm dying. I feel that feeling of like, oh man, I think I might be getting sick. You're definitely doing good. I want to see you guys submit like spellcaster stat blocks to me. I want to see you guys make some spellcasters and not use WotC spells. I should issue like an open challenge for you guys to make like special spellcaster stat blocks that are not using any Wizards of the Coast spells whatsoever. They can even just be like, I don't even care if they're like off-brand copies of a spell that Wizards of the Coast has. I just want to see you implement the spells onto the stat block so you don't have to like go look up what the spell does. I will send you a massive rock stack block next time. Hell yeah. Deal, bet. Amen, brothers. Amen. I really want to start working on giants so bad, but I gotta finish these gnolls, you know what I'm saying? You hate to see it happen. Alright, well, now I think that's it for DM Dungeon Mastery for tonight, because DM Dungeon Mastery is about to fucking keel over and die. I feel like I got pissed off YouTube with that one. Immediately got an ad before you responded. You hate to see it happen. You honestly hate to see it happen. I honestly, guys, I don't know what I would do without you, because not a lot of people show up for the streams, but the ones that show up, you guys always show up for the streams. So like, I cannot thank you guys enough for like just showing up and chilling with me for fucking 5 hours. Like, seriously, it's so cool that you guys do that. I would never expect, like, I never would have expected people would just like to sit here and listen to me talk to a screen for fucking 5 hours, 5.5 hours. I'm glad that you guys think I'm pretty chill enough to hang out. I hope you like my fan ASMR. Puke. Is that a puke in response to me saying thank you, or puke in response to me saying I feel like I'm getting sick? Of course, man, you've earned our loyalty. Well, thank you. Whenever I decide to start a cult, you guys will be my first members. We'll just make D&D 5e, but not D&D 5e, and it'll just be exactly the same game, but all custom stat blocks. It's basically what I'm doing anyways. Loyalty feels like tyranny light to me. Just one of y'all to slip up. Just need one of y'all to slip up. I need to get more mods. I'll make Dungeon Lord J a mod. He's pretty chill. I don't think he would abuse his admin powers. I should also make Say an admin too, because Say's like, just make everybody a mod. Don't do it, it's a trick. No, it's a trick. Oh, that shit happens so fast. As another person that streams, I think you just, like, you understand, like, when it's like, okay, I gotta ban that guy. I'm pretty chill with my stream, as long as you're not, like, spamming racial slurs or something, or, like, I try not to be an echo chamber, so I like people to just have, you know, people can have opinions on things, like, I don't give a fuck, dude. We're pretty chill here, you know. We have the ability to be chill because we're small, but if we got too big, we'd have to be careful with how chill we are, because if we were too chill, we would get, Brother nearly clearly spams racial slurs. Lol. Oh no, he's admin abusing already. Oh my good lord, dude, I'm so sore. It's at like your body. He's like, oh yeah, brother, you're getting sick. Just wait. I told myself I was gonna go DoorDash tomorrow, but it's looking rough. I don't know if I'll be able to. I wonder if I put in timeout would work on you. Timeout on. Don't start timing out people. Can I mute another mod? I don't know. That might have to be me that has to mute them, because I'm the king of this castle. What's a mod? A mod is just somebody who moderates the chat and makes sure nobody's like blatantly like being shitty, essentially. Like I'm pretty chill as long as you're blatantly not being shitty. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Oh, I know, I was joking. You know what? You were at a B, now you're at a C. Dang it. It's just... You're being really problematic right now. I'm ready. You're just being really problematic. We're gonna have to put you in the timeout, and you're gonna have to go, what the hell's that thing called? Sensitivity training. God, I even hate that fucking word. That string of words just like annoys the shit out of me. Sensitivity training. Get the fuck out of here. Alright. Well, ladies and gentlemen, DM Dungeon Mastery is going to be heading out. I know, it sucks. Ending the stream always sucks. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. If you guys make some spellcaster stat blocks, I might stream tomorrow and we'll go over the spellcaster stat blocks. Because I actually want to see what like some of your guys' custom made spells look like. That'd be pretty based. You just have to DM them to me and then we'll stream at like 8 o'clock again tomorrow or something. I know you guys like my streams. Lets me interact with all of you. Good night, Master. I must warn, I don't DM and I've never made a manster in my life. That is wild. Oh, you're a player? You at least play D&D, right? I would be fucking shocked if you just didn't play TTRPGs and you're like a fan of mine. It will be bad. Is it as bad as, hold on. It surely can't be as bad as this, right? It's not as bad as this. It can't be as bad as this. This is possibly the worst stat block I've ever seen. And I hope the guy who made this doesn't see this because I'll feel bad. But like, brother. He just copied and pasted every player class ability and just put it on the stat block and said, yep, it's ready. I can't show you because it's classified information, what everything does, but he is a CR20, by the way. My nose is running. It is. Alright, guys. Okay. Your homework is to make some spellcaster stat blocks. Okay? Custom spells, no Wizards of the Coast spells allowed. Have to be custom spells. Try to mimic one of my spellcaster stat blocks, if you can. And then, I want to review them on stream. I want to see how good you guys are at making spells. I'm okay at it. I'm not the best at it, because I start running out of ideas. Joke's on you, I don't even know WotC spells. Based. Actually based. Dibs on Aeromancer. Yeah, I want to see some cool shit. Yeah, make some shit like that. Like, make some, like, Hydromancer, like, Aeromancer, something crazy. I'm gonna make something, but I'll be streaming tomorrow as well at the same time. Alright, well, if I don't stream, I'll come hang out in your stream. For sure. And as long as you're as manic as me, it'll be based. Does it need to be human? No, you can make a fucking... I don't care if you make a wolf that can cast spells. As long as it can cast spells. That actually would be pretty cool if you pull that off. Just make a wolf that casts, like, magic missile at will. That would actually be pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. I might have to do that. Rock that casts spells then. Based. Alright, guys. It is DM Dungeon Mastery's time to go. Now, however, as you always know, I'm not saying goodnight. I'm just saying. I'll see you guys in the next video or stream. Peace out.